ladies and gentlemen. It's always an honor for us to have some ministerial briefing sessions. Today, we're having these ministerial briefings on physical leakages. Of course, we will mainly focus on progress in implementing measures to mitigate against the fiscal leakages and their impact on the economy and service delivery. You are all welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Without much
Recording
ado,
in progress.
allow me to take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mayor Lucas. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was struggling a bit. I don't know what was happening to log on. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy, Honorable Chair of Chairs, House Chairperson. Good morning to all the members present in this very important ministerial briefing, high-level briefing that we are going to have today. Not be present because he's not well. So allow me then to acknowledge the protocol in this way to the the House Chairpersons, Honorable Nyambi and Ngwenya, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Mama Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, representatives of the Minister of Finance, NCOP Chief Whip, Honorable Seiso Mohai, permanent and special delegates, provincial members of executive councils, representative of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start, Program Director, by extending a word of appreciation for the opportunity to make this opening remarks, particularly on this very important occasion of the Ministerial Briefing Session on fiscal leakages, whose focus is on the progress in implementing measures to mitigate against fiscal leakages and the impact on the economy and service delivery. As it is our practice with our ministerial briefings, this reflection is guided and shaped by the perspective of the leadership from the three spheres of government. As such, it is a practical demonstration of the cooperation and coordination that is needed to resolve the challenges that we confront as a nation. This exercise constitutes part of the efforts by public and private institutions to build back better. This is particularly so in light of the devastation caused by disruptions to economic activity as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's briefing on fiscal leakages is intended to create a platform for members of the legislative sector to get a sense of the problem of fiscal leakage in the country, which is basically the intentional and non-intentional diversion of tax by individuals and companies. We have decided to broaden the scope of the briefing to focus on wastages to steal. Chairperson, there is a noise in the background that are intended to steal or divert public finances, such as through corruption, maladministration, tax avoidance, and any other falsifications or misrepresentations that individuals and companies use to practically avoid paying tax. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, which was held in 2020, raised the issue of fiscal leakage as one of the emerging challenges facing governments around the globe. It also highlighted how government lose revenue base and resources that could be used to fight poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This highlights the important role that parliamentary oversight should play in ensuring that the requisite measures are in place to close the gaps. Of the legislative organs that is mandated by and prevent abuse, arbitrary behavior, or illegal and unconstitutional conduct on the part of the government and public agencies, at the core of which is to protect the rights and the liberties of the citizens of the country. To hold the government to account in respect of how taxpayers' money is used It detects ways within the machinery of government and public agencies to ensure that policies announced by government and authorized by Parliament are actually delivered, and to improve the transparency of government operations and enhance trust in the government, which is in itself a condition of effective policy delivery. Program Director, Honorable House Chairperson, corruption, fraud, and state capture, among others.
Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair.
Am I not audible?
Honorable Boshoff.
Am I not audible?
I'm sorry, she's not audible.
Honorable,
House Chairperson,
I can hear you now
Am I-
properly, Deputy
you can hear
Chair.
me properly.
Yes.
So may I continue? House
Yes,
Chair?
you can continue. Yes, you can continue.
Okay, so let me then just get back to my notes. I'm sorry if I am now the one that are keeping you up. The corruption, fraud, and state capture, amongst other means that facilitate fiscal leakage, have undermined the integrity of our public institutions to perform their functions in the best interest of the people. However, we welcome the measures that are being implemented to seal the fissures with a view to ensure that government works in the best interest of the public good and that public resources are used efficiently, effectively, and economically. The establishment by the South African Revenue Service of the High Wealth Individuals Unit to provide the necessary attention and service to taxpayers with high levels of wealth, complex financial structures in place, and their associated compliance is one of the good examples of government action to deal with fiscal leakages. Equally, we must deal with the challenges relating to the weaknesses in the financial management in some of the municipalities that have been raised from time to time by the Auditor General. The role of parliamentary committees is to facilitate the detailed scrutiny of the work of Parliament through the processing of draft legislation, overseeing the executive action, including the budget, promoting public involvement, facilitating cooperative governance, and the processing of international matters. The different committees have one or more of the following functions. They monitor and oversee the work and budgets of national government departments and hold them accountable. They consider and amend bills and may initiate bills. They consider private members and provincial legislatures' proposal and special petitions. They consider international treaties and agreements. They examine specific areas of public lives or matter of public interest, and they take care of domestic parliamentary issues. In terms of the Constitution, the committees have the power to summon any person to appear before them, to give evidence or to produce documents. They may require any person or institution to report to them. They may also receive petitions, representations, or submissions from any interested persons or institutions. These are all the mechanisms that are at the disposal of the entire legislative sector, which we all know should be used to address the challenges of fiscal leakages. Our Parliament has a budget office established in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, whose main objective is to provide independent, objective, and professional advice and analysis to Parliament on matters related to the budget and other money bills. Its functions include providing advice and analysis on proposed amendments to the fiscal framework, the division of revenue bill and money bills, and on policy proposals with budgetary implications, and monitoring and reporting on potential unfunded mandates arising out of legislative policy or budgetary proposals. This office is proving to be a critical tool for facilitating informed scrutiny of budget-related information, including instances of fiscal leakages. We are committed to improving its capacity so that it can continue to add value to the work of Parliament. Our government exists to serve the interests of the people. It is true that government and the rest of society's efforts to galvanize the requisite resources to heal the divisions of the past and to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person are undermined by a number of phenomena, including fiscal leakages. Fiscal leakages constitute a form of theft from the public purse as they divert the much needed resources away from serving their intended purposes. That's why we should make use of the oversight institutions to strengthen the systems and structures that have been installed to deal with these specific challenges. Once again, Program Director, let me express my gratitude for the opportunity to be able to do this opening remarks, and we are looking forward with keen interest to today's proceedings. Ke a leboga. Thank you. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Mama. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Mama Lucas. Now we move straight to get progress in implementing measures to mitigate against the physical leakages and their impact on the economy and service delivery. I'm reliably informed that the Deputy Minister will be joining in no time after concluding his engagement, but the acting DG of Finance, Mr. Momonate, is the one that will take the presentation. Acting DG, Mr. Momonate, popularly known as Momo. Acting DG. The acting DG is on the platform. Zama, can you try to quickly contact the acting DG to find out what might be the problem?
Yes, Chair. Apparently lost connection, so he's reconnecting. Apologies.
Okay. Okay.
Honourable Chair.
Yes, acting DG.
Sorry, I'm certainly not acting DG, but I am one of the officials that was going to help with the presentation. If you would like, if there is a delay, I could start that presentation before the acting DG joins, unless you'd like to wait for him.
No, you can take over as long as you understand that you'll be sharing the time allocated. No problem, it's fine.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning, honourable members, and thank you for having us. I'm sure the acting DG will join soon. I'll go through the first part of the presentation, which relates to tax leakages. So as the Honourable Deputy
It will
Chair
also be good for, sorry, it will also be good for your good self to officially introduce yourself so that we can refer to you appropriately.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Chris Axelson. I'm the Chief Director for Economic Tax Analysis in the National Treasury. So we're responsible for tax policy and providing advice to the Minister of Finance on how to make amendments to the tax system each year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the first part is on tax leakages. As the Honourable Deputy Chair was stating, a lot of these fiscal leakages come through either tax avoidance and evasion, and we're going to go through what we see and what we try to do to reduce these fiscal leakages. So if you go to the next slide, I think the biggest thing to note, and the next one as well, yes, great. The biggest thing to note is the difference between, and the way we look at it, the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion. So we have tax avoidance there on the left. And that is actually a legal mechanism. It's a legal way of trying to reduce either an individual's tax liability or a company's tax liability. This is allowed for within the law, and companies and individuals may do this with the sole aim of just reducing how much tax they pay. On the right is tax evasion, and that is illegal. So that is underreporting of income, for example, claiming fake expenses. That is any illegal activity that is used to try and reduce how much tax is paid. So there's this quite big distinction between the two. And I'll get into the roles and responsibilities of the different organizations in the next slide. So in the next slide, the Minister of Finance is responsible for putting money bills towards Parliament. And it is your committees that then go through those money bills and look at all the changes that are made. So if we move to the next slide. Thank you. And those changes, a lot of them are to try and reduce this tax avoidance. So if we see that there is some legal mechanism which either individuals or companies are using to try and reduce their tax, which perhaps isn't, which shouldn't be the case, it is up to us as National Treasury and the Minister of Finance to change the law to actually make sure that that doesn't occur. And we do lots of changes each year. I think the Standing Committee on Finance and the Select Committee on Finance will have seen those tax bills. They run to many, many pages, and they can be quite complicated, but it's all with the aim of trying to reduce tax avoidance, to try and make sure that each individual, each company is paying the correct amount of tax that they should. So the success of doing this reduction in tax avoidance is critical in terms of the relationship that we have with SARS. So SARS have a direct view on every individual or company's taxpayer affairs. So they can see what the individual is doing, they can see what the company is doing, and they can see if they are, for example, using a particular structure which reduces the amount of tax that they pay. They can share those structures with us as National Treasury, and we can consult with them and work with them, their policy units in South African Revenue Service, to try and say, well, how can we change the law to stop this happening? We then do that, we put proposals forward, and the Minister of Finance each year then puts forward adjustments to the tax legislation to try and close down those opportunities. So we work very closely with SARS on trying to reduce this type of activity. But I must remember that SARS don't actually share any of the specific information with us. We can't have access to any individual's affairs or company's affairs, but they'll share the structure or they'll share the activity that's actually taking place. SARS is responsible much more for tax evasion. So anything that's illegal, SARS is responsible for. They are responsible for implementing the legislation that Parliament and yourselves and the committees put forward. And that implementation, a lot of it is to deal with tax evasion, to make sure that everybody is paying the correct amount of tax according to the law that is passed by Parliament. There is an interesting overlap where sometimes we do put in legislation which makes it easier to then catch tax evasion and stop instances of illegal activity. I do have an example at the end of the slide. Next slide. So where do we see this leakage? A lot of it can occur at many different stages. The first one on the far left is just in general how your economy is structured. So if there is a very large informal economy, probably there won't be as much tax compliance. If there's a very large illicit economy or a lot of illegal activities, then we won't get the tax that is generated in those spheres. For example, we've seen since the lockdown occurred, there has been a big spike in the illicit cigarettes, and then we don't get the excise duties on the sale of those cigarettes if they are done in an illicit manner. And it's a direct revenue cost to the economy and to the government. Or it could be in terms of the tax base. If we've got a lot of exemptions or deductions, individuals and companies might be using those exemptions or deductions to not pay as much tax, which is firmly in our remit as policy advisors. Or there could be, for example, a rate arbitrage, which means that if you get two different types of income that are taxed at different rates, individuals or companies might try and adjust their current situation in order to make use of the lowest rate that's available. And also there's compliance and tax morale issues, which is very closely linked to public expenditure and the effectiveness of public expenditure. If the general population believes that public expenditure is if they are getting value for money, if there's good service delivery, then it will improve tax morale and usually increases the amount of tax that is paid. And the reverse is also true. Next slide. Sorry, I think there are a couple of clicks, and then the next slide. Thank you. So just as a couple of specific examples for what we mean by tax avoidance, a while ago, we have changed the legislation, but for example, a while ago, your company used to be able to pay for a motor vehicle for you to use, and you wouldn't get taxed much on that at all. Or they could finance a house for you, and you wouldn't get taxed on that benefit. That would be a legal way of reducing the amount of tax that you paid as an employee. So that was done, sort of 10, 15 years ago. Or, for example, you could put a lot of money into a retirement fund, make a very large contribution. And that will reduce the amount of tax that you pay now. And it's a very legal mechanism to do so, even though it is with the aim of trying to increase retirement savings. Another example is perhaps if you're a company and you decide to relocate into a special economic zone, but for the sole reason of just reducing the amount of tax that you pay. So you would relocate and then you get a lower corporate income tax rate, and in effect be paying less to government, but there might not be any potential benefit. It would just be a relocation. So those are legal mechanisms which can be used, and that would be tax avoidance. Tax evasion, which is illegal, we would see it as failing to declare income to SARS. For example, claiming personal expenses as business expenses if you're self-employed, or even over-declaring the level of expenses, and you might even falsify invoices, all to reduce the amount of tax you pay, which is illegal, and SARS would come after you for that. You go to the next slide. Okay, so what have we done? If you go to the next slide. And what is the principle that we try to follow? So as tax and as tax policy, the principle we try to follow to try and reduce all of these leakages is to have as broad a tax base as possible. We need to try and tax every different type of income or benefit that is available within the system. So if you can include all of those types of incomes or benefits, then there's no way for individual companies to try and focus in on one particular type of income or particular type of benefit which has a lower tax rate or is not taxed. So if you make it as broad as possible, it reduces the possibilities for fiscal leakages. The other aim is to try and keep it as neutral as possible. And when we say neutral, we mean having similar tax rates. So if one type of income or benefit is taxed at a lower level, everyone will also move to that. So you try and keep it as broad and as neutral as possible. There is, and I think it's important to note, this constant tension then with tax incentives. So tax incentives by design create a lower tax rate for a particular type of activity or type of behavior. And that creates these inconsistencies within the tax regime, which then allows for potential fiscal leakages through, for example, tax avoidance. Now, it's quite difficult because obviously each government would like to follow and like to use all the levers available and could potentially increase the number of tax incentives. But part of our policy approach has been to really evaluate those incentives and only keep the ones that are effective, and the ones that aren't, which can create fiscal leakages, we try and remove. Okay, next slide. So we do look at it as like a block of cheese. So there might be a lot of holes in this cheese if we have a lot of exemptions, a lot of deductions, a lot of incentives, and then that will reduce the amount of cheese available. And in effect, it will mean to get the same level of revenue for the government, we will have to have higher tax rates. So we'd rather close as many of the holes as possible and have lower tax rates and improve the efficiency in the economy. Thanks. Next slide. This is just looking at all the different principles of our tax system. These are what makes a good tax system. Is it buoyant? Does it create revenue across the business cycle? And yes, it does if you have a broad base and low rate. Is it efficient? Yes, it is. If you have a broad base and you minimize distortions as far as possible, then individuals and companies will be making decisions based on the actual activity that they need to do, rather than trying to spend a lot of money and a lot of effort on tax planning, which is an unproductive use of resources within the economy. Is it equitable? Yes. If you have a broad base with very similar rates across companies, they'll be more fairly treated. If it's also across individuals at the same level of income, it'll also be very equitable. But you can, of course, still tax individuals with with higher levels of income at higher tax rates. It'll also be much simpler for SARS to administer and it'll be more transparent and certain. Yes, Chair.
You can continue.
Sorry. Next slide. And next, so just as a couple of examples on personal income tax, what have we done? So, for example, before 2001, capital gains tax was not included. So individuals could then try and increase the value of their businesses and then sell it at a much higher price, and those capital gains would not be taxed. In 2001, those were included. Capital gains was included within the tax net. And recent changes we have made have tried to increase the effective tax rate of capital gains to try and minimize the difference between the rate that you would pay on capital gains versus the rate you would pay, for example, on dividends and interest. Individuals also used to be able to receive a lot of benefits from their employees, either at no tax or much lower tax rates. We've included what's called the 7th schedule in the Income Tax Act that now includes all those benefits, and there is very little, if any, types of benefits that you can get from your employer that is now not taxed at the rate that it should be taxed, as if you were getting income instead. Rate differences are also important. For example, we increased the top rate to 45%, but we then had to increase the dividends tax rate as well. Otherwise, it would create this differential between the income you could receive as wages versus the income you would receive if you paid yourself dividends within a business. So it would create an opportunity for avoidance. So we have to keep that neutrality in those tax rates as similar as possible. Next slide. And these are just some of the personal income tax reforms. I'm wary of time, so I'll try and go a bit quicker. Next slide. And we've also done changes to trusts. So for example, trusts are a mechanism which the wealthy might use to be able to transfer assets to their beneficiaries without paying estate duty. After some recommendations from the Davis Tax Committee, we introduced a new section in the Income Tax Act called 7 Cap C, and this would then tax any of the amounts contributed into the trust if it was, for example, at an interest-free loan, which is what was usually used, and would tax the difference based as if it was a donation. So that opportunity for avoidance is then really reduced by using a trust to try and transfer wealth to your beneficiaries without estate duty. Next slide. I think the one interesting thing we've seen here is that from our experience, rate increases to try and get additional revenue might not be as effective unless you've sorted out all these other tax avoidant issues. But broadening the base is a very good way of trying to increase revenue without increasing tax rates, which can be quite distortive and quite negative, have a negative impact on the economy. Next slide. So what have we done on the corporate income tax side? Thank you. So a lot of it is quite similar to personal income tax. We're trying to make it neutral. We're trying to broaden the base. But this is very dependent on the ability of SARS to also enforce anti-avoidance legislation. The corporate income tax legislation can get incredibly complicated, and you really do need skilled staff to be able to get into the nuts and bolts of what a particular company is doing and whether they are paying the correct amount of tax. So a lot of this is dependent on very good skills and staff at the South African Revenue Service to back up the policy that we put forward. Next slide. So we have expanded a lot of the base within capital gain tax. We moved to a residence-based system. We've included and introduced what's called controlled foreign company rules. So if a company tries to have a subsidiary offshore, that then they put money into that offshore subsidiary that then gets taxed at a much lower rate, we now have these CFC rules, which will include that income within the South African tax net, so that we still actually receive tax based on that income received offshore. The OECD said it was one of the 3 best practices that they had seen in 2014-15. So it was used as a guideline for other countries to try and emulate. Next slide. There's also a lot of other types of anti-avoidance legislation that is either put in or adjusted each year. As an example, we have what's called hybrid mismatches. So an entity will have a financial instrument where they pay another offshore entity. If it was interest, it would be deductible. But a lot of these financial instruments have characteristics of being equity, so it would look like a dividend, and then it wouldn't be deductible. So companies try to then dress up particular payments as interest so that they can get a deduction, but we have legislation to say, no, you can't do that. This is actually a dividend, and then they won't get the deduction for that payment. Similarly, companies might have a lot of debt that they would then pay towards a connected company offshore. This would then be able to shift the profits offshore. If you pay a lot of interest to an offshore company that is connected to you, and it takes all the profits out of this company and in the country and puts it in another country in a much lower tax jurisdiction. So we put in limitations so that you can't do that to such an extent. We've made announcements on that, and further proposals will be implemented next year. If you go to the next slide. We also have, and I mentioned earlier about incentives. So for one example, there was a Section 12J incentive, which was to try and get further investments into venture capital companies. But then when we looked at this investment and this incentive, it was basically creating very, very, very large deductions for the wealthiest individuals in the country. And it wasn't going to the types of investments that we were envisaging. It was more to low risk types of investments with where there was a lot of collateral. So as a result, we discontinued the incentive in 2021 last year. And we really did see that as one of, for example, a fiscal leakage, which then we did need to close to try and shore up the tax base. Next slide. I think the other main point to say is that we are very involved in the international forums to try and reduce the amount of base erosion and profit shifting that is taking place. So we're involved in the OECD work and G20 work on reducing base erosion and profit shifting. If you go to the next slide, and a lot of those projects we've implemented almost all of the best practice approaches. There are a couple of issues remaining, and that's the digital economy. So companies that don't have a presence within South Africa, but they're not being taxed. And this race to the bottom where other countries are lowering the corporate income tax rate. If you go to the next slide. So there's this new framework that's been announced last year, which is called the two-pillar solution. My colleague, Yango Mputa, is on the steering committee of the inclusive framework at the OECD, which puts forward these proposals to get a global consensus in terms of what we should do. These two pillars are to try and reallocate taxing rights for digital companies, as well as have a global minimum effective tax rate. And these two measures really should reduce the amount of base erosion and profit shifting that we see globally. Next slide. So I did talk about a lot of these measures that we've done, and we've announced a corporate income tax package that will be implemented, and it has been implemented this year. If we go to the next slide. We also do a lot of work on the data that we get from other international countries. So as part of the OECD recommendations, there was this common reporting standard that has been introduced. And basically these other countries provide information to SARS on all the individuals and their foreign assets, their foreign bank accounts, and how much they're earning there, and their actual balances within those accounts. So we've done some work on anonymized data on this information that's going to SARS, and it's a very useful resource for SARS to be able to look at high net worth individuals, see where their assets are, see what income they are earning, so that nothing is lost out of the tax net. And that is all stems from these collaborations that we've had with the OECD and this global consensus. Next slide. Next slide, we can quickly do this. Another one on indirect taxes is, for example, on VAT. So local companies and local digital companies are paying VAT on the amount, on the things that they provide and to consumers, whereas international companies weren't. And we were actually the second country in the world to impose VAT on digital companies so that they must pay the VAT on anything that's sold within the country. And we've been expanding that tax base in 2017, 2019 to include all types of software and other types of services, which has really increased the revenue from this, which now stands at around 6.77 billion per year. Next slide. And lastly, just an example of where there's a lot of avoidance, but we change evasion, but we change legislation to help with that, is there was the system where companies were melting down gold and then exporting that gold. And if you export gold, you get a VAT refund. So actually SARS pays cash to that company. But they were making up the invoices for these, the sale of gold, which then led to a lot of this tax evasion. We've now changed the legislation to make sure that those companies can't avoid this type of VAT to such an extent. I think that's everything, Chair. Sorry, I hope I haven't taken too long. It's quite a complicated and long area. And I'll see if any of my other colleagues would like to talk about spending efficiency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Axelson. Acting DG, if there's anything that you want to bring to our attention before we can move to the next. Acting DG?
No, thank you, Honourable Chair, and to honourable members, and apologies, I had some connection problems. I was running between two meetings, so apologies for being on late. Yes, no, I think, this issue of fiscal leakages, when the topic did come up, I think we were trying to say it's, in a sense, it's important if we get these concepts from a standard mechanism or language. I think it's an unusual term. And certainly I think Chris has outlined on the revenue side or the tax side, the possible ways to avoid and get revenue that's due to the state. And both from a policy perspective, but given that it's tax, it's also administration, and importantly, it's also been able to compare between South Africa and other countries because people play arbitrage, as we say, between different jurisdictions. And I think as Mr. Axelson has outlined, even if you have different streams of income and one is lower than the other, people will restructure their tax affairs within the country or between countries. And that's why the international agreements we're part of on tax, I think is quite critical. I think that's on the tax side. And to be honest, I think there are challenges on the tax side, but I think, through SARS and other mechanisms, there is a way forward to deal with specific problems. And there's a path at least. I think on the expenditure side, and you'll hear, I think, some of the presentations, is where the leakages are a problem in a sense of, when we allocate funds to the budget, is the money spent? So we used to have a problem that the capability to spend was not there often, and especially when you deal with infrastructure. But two, we've also seen with state capture, how the procurement system's been abused and in fact captured when you look at the state-owned entities, and funds meant for something, especially infrastructure, is not just not spent, it's actually stolen. And that's been the story in Eskom, in Transnet, and I think many organs of state, national departments, provincial departments, and municipalities as well. And hopefully I see Okali is here from the team. She'll also provide some of the perspective of the challenges that we face. And I would add, and I'll come in at the end, but let them just come in. But that's where I think the big focus is going to be, especially as we respond to the Zondo Commission's findings on how we can actually ensure more efficiency in expenditure, prevent corruption, prevent underspending, And what I'll do at the end is also just to point out that we also mustn't take measures that's paralyzing the state, because I think the interpretation that we have of the PFMA today is also a factor, particularly when you deal with concepts like irregular expenditure, which I think is leading to accounting officers being risk averse. But let me stop there so that the other colleagues can continue with their presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG Momo. Let's get straight to the next one. The next part of Treasury, the presentation from Treasury.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Veliso Buhlebuti from the National Treasury in the Public Finance Division. I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Mampo Modise, who is the DDG of Public Finance. She is currently engaged in another parliamentary session, specifically on SCOA. So my part of the presentation, Honorable Chair, will just talk about what we do from the spending side in terms of avoiding some of the leakages. And I'll also briefly highlight the spending reviews that we have implemented in line or in conjunction with the zero-based budgeting framework. So if we can proceed to the next slide, which basically shows some of the reforms that have been implemented within the public finance management system, not only in South Africa, but across different countries. There have been a lot of these reforms that have been implemented, and I'll briefly talk to some of them, such as the medium-term expenditure framework that was introduced in 1997, which was a framework that is actually targeted at improving budgeting and planning and using multi-year systems. We also had the cornerstone, which is the Public Finance Management Act that was introduced in 1999, which is targeted at promoting accountability and letting managers in different line departments to be responsible for funds that have been allocated. Performance budgeting and linking spending to performance is also quite very critical, and the OECD and other key institutions have actually developed guidelines and frameworks in this respect. And from our side, for example, in 2008, we introduced the framework for managing program performance information. We also introduced guidelines for departments for program budget structures, so that the allocation of resources are actually done in a much more transparent and coherent manner. And just lastly, Chair, there's also from 2012 been performance information handbooks and tools that have been introduced, and the National Treasury is also working together with the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation to also ensure that performance and budgeting is actually done coherently. And then if we can move to the next slide. So since these reforms that I've briefly touched on have been implemented together with the traditional approach, the value for money objectives that was actually envisaged when they were being proposed has not been achieved. Since the 2008 financial crisis, for example, government spending has been consistently higher than revenue, and it's leading to substantial higher government debt. And as such, government has been reducing the growth of spending by focusing on underspending programs, which are growing much faster than inflation. And the other key challenge is the issue of budget reductions that were recently implemented, whereby an across-the-board decrease approach was actually utilized. And some of the challenges with this approach is that programs become inefficient as a result of large reductions. So then a more technical and strategic methodology was then needed, and then Cabinet has since endorsed the implementation of the zero-based budgeting framework. And if I can just briefly touch on it, it's basically a framework that is being done and implemented in conjunction with spending reviews, whereby we identify different programs in departments. And we have seen some of the limitations and challenges with the zero-based budgeting framework because it has been done in a number of countries, but because it's actually quite a very technical and time-consuming exercise, the concept note that was since developed by the National Treasury actually outlines that the ZBB approach is being done together with the spending reviews. If we can move on to the next slide. And I will skip this slide as well because it just basically gives a background and some of the objectives. So the technical exercise that we do to try to identify savings and to also try to improve spending in the side of departments, we use this methodology, which is focusing on fiscal crisis and also looking at programs that are underperforming, and we also look at what is the extent or what is the need to have commitment from the side of departments. And we also see that the ZBB is likely to be a more elaborate and time-consuming exercise. So we then develop a series of steps that we do together to identify these implementation programs and analyze them into much more detailed and decision packages. And we also evaluate and rank when we do this exercise. And it's not just an exercise that is being done by the Treasury alone, it's very consultative, and the departments as well are involved as well. And we prepare detailed reports at the end of the process. And if we can move on to the next slide, which basically shows the key objectives of improving spending and also making sure there's operational improvements and, most importantly, short-term budget cuts to reduce the budget deficit. If we can move on to the next slide, which basically shows the target that the savings that are realized from a spending review perspective, they're actually reallocated to other key priorities of governments, and it also adopts a medium to long-term approach in terms of improving efficiency. We also strive to minimize the impact of spending reductions on service delivery, and also we target to eliminate programs that are no longer serving their intended purposes. And also there are limitations in terms of these spending reviews because they have been done, and they're done by the Public Finance Division together with GTEC, which is a government component of the National Treasury. And some of the limitations in this exercise is that the availability and the quality of performance information is the main challenge. There are also inattention or time constraints for implementation. And the political support is also needed both at an executive level and at the legislature. And there's also capacity gaps or skills gaps in terms of departments. If we can move on to the next slide. This slide is a very busy slide, but basically it shows the different steps that we as budget analysts in National Treasury, the methodology that we follow when we identify key spending areas or programs that are actually showing some leakages or some performance, and we actually select these programs in consultation with departments. We do an institutional analysis whereby we look at key policies and legislations that are related to the programs. We also do a logical framework whereby we analyze the program from its inception, what are the key steps, what is being procured, what is being bought, and how does it link with service delivery. And we also streamline the key performance indicators where we identify what has been achieved, what has been missing, and how can we actually align the program to the results. We also do expenditure analysis into a much more detail whereby we look at the trends for each of the programs or the specific items. And we also do an option analysis to try to see what savings are we getting in. In certain programs or in certain areas, we also develop costing models, and these costing models are then shared with the departments, and we then compile a report at the end of the process. If we can then move on to the next slide, which is probably highlighting the selection criteria, which I've also spoken about, but here I'll just talk about the implementation of these the results. In the main, the departments as well as National Treasury officials and from GTEC, they do mainly the technical work, whereas officials from departments, they are also involved, they provide data, they are also part of the forums that we run during the spending review processes, and the outcomes and recommendations of these spending reviews, they are actually presented to Cabinet as well. And lastly, Chairperson, I just want to show the last slide. That was my last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Puti. Thank you very much. Colleagues, as we know that what they are presenting has got an impact in what is happening to the country, but of course, we're the house that is at national level, but representing the interest of provinces. We have extended the invitation to the provinces. All provinces are represented, the MECs are here, but we know as NCOP that many times when we do our things, we always extend an invitation to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs because it's the most relevant one, and it will always assist as and when there's that need in the National Council of Provinces. Acting DG and your team, you will be coming in when we're answering questions. Now allow me to take this opportunity and invite the Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma, who's our Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in our beloved country, South Africa. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and Deputy Chair of the NCOP, colleagues from Minister of Finance, but I didn't see him, and the Deputy Ministers, Chief Whip, Honorable Members, MECs, and all the teams from the different departments. Thank you for this invitation to attend this briefing. I shall just provide introductory remarks and then allow the DG to give the more granular details on the topic. This session is very important because it seeks to have a better understanding on the direct and cumulative effects of fiscal leakages, especially in the municipalities, with the view of better addressing them so that we may provide a quality and consistent service to the people of the Republic of South Africa. It will also assist us and the broader government in all its spheres to better facilitate for active citizenry, because we must take forward the aspirations of the people with them as part of the entire service delivery value chain. They mustn't be treated as mere beneficiaries or passive recipients of services. Of course, over the past 2 years, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent floods in some parts of our country, as well as long-standing droughts in other parts, have challenged us to the extent to which we could consistently deliver services. As municipalities and all of government, we had to, on one hand, reprioritize some of the limited resources to address the emergencies and disasters, which are of a magnitude we could have not anticipated and planned for. On the other hand, the societal impact on these disasters has limited the extent to which municipalities could raise and reprioritize their own funds, thus leading to situations where, even though the money is not stolen, but instead of it addressing what it was planned for, it now has to address the results of the disasters. But we must also admit that overall, financial leakages are a function of governance and political challenges which lead to further state of decay in relation to these leakages. We must also admit that because of limited involvement of communities and citizens in the planning, implementation, and protection of our assets, we have seen a feathering of the leakages by vandalism and theft, which has in some instances led to a standstill in the delivery of most of the important services such as water, sanitation, and energy. In any case, these services are also largely dependent on other spheres of government. And we all know that we have been subject to much national debate and conversation, which we will not delve into today. A big part of these leakages has been the culture of non-payment, which has seen the ratepayers owing municipalities over 120 billion, of which the billing inaccuracies also are a major contributor. The most affected are the more rural provinces on account of them not having the right quantity and kinds of technical capacity, as well as having the capability and affording ratepayers base to consistently collect the requisite revenues to ensure consistent service delivery. The Director General will go into the details, but for now, we can say, broadly speaking, causes of leakages fall into 4 areas: ineffective governance structures and leadership, which include poor communication with communities, the inappropriate political administrative interface, where the political and the administrative are all in the same space, and sometimes all in the procurement, which shouldn't be. But also, sometimes you also find that the people who should be looking after the fiscus in the municipalities and elsewhere are not the most appropriately qualified or experienced. Poor financial management, I won't go into details. The AG does that every year. But we also have to ensure that the MPEGs work so that the AG's issues are addressed and the financial management is improved. But we also look at the technical expertise to maintain the aging infrastructure, because the aging infrastructure does not only limit the extent to which we can deliver services, but we also lose. There's fiscal leakage because you find that there's water that is lost, that is not paid for, which is bought, but when it's supposed to be sold, it can't be sold because it's leaked, and so on. And that is why we have agreed now with Treasury that the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, and the National Treasury should be costing the framework for infrastructure and benchmarking the appropriate costs for building and maintenance of infrastructure. But also, we have agreed that part of MEAG, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, about 10% of it can be used to maintain the infrastructure, because before it wasn't, they couldn't use it for maintenance and repairs. And it's part of what we are trying to do to reduce the leakage. Also, having highlighted these challenges, we must also note and broadly report on the progress recorded in various municipalities. So I will just say what has been happening. The number of stable municipalities has increased. Not a lot, but at least from 16 to 30 in the previous year. And that improvement has been recorded mainly from KZN, which has seen 10 more municipalities that have been stable. I won't waste time by mentioning which ones they are. There's also Section 100 interventions in the Northwest. Some of them, not all, are beginning to bear fruit. Gauteng, Mid-Valley improved. Eastern Cape, there hasn't been much changes. In the Free State, we've seen improvement just from dysfunctional to medium risk. No changes in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape. And the Western Cape has maintained its high number of functional municipalities, stable municipalities. With those introductory observations, I hand over to the Director General, Ms. Williams, to take us through the details of the fiscal leakage and our plans going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. DG Williams.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson. I greet our Minister, our Cooperative Governance, the Minister of Finance, and all the Cabinet members, the Chief Whip, and all the Honorable members and MECs that are present here today. So when we look at the financial leakages at local government sphere, some of them are of an internal nature and others also external, which are deemed beyond the municipality's control. So these fiscal leakages have arisen because of lapses in governance and also on a myriad of other factors, to which I will name and then focus on some of the mitigation measures that we have looked at to try and see how we can mitigate against the fiscal leakages and also the impact that these would then have on the economy and also on service delivery. So a number of municipalities have been in dire financial position for a number of years. And this has also then been noted by the AG in its reports. And specifically, as our minister has also mentioned, it refers to the political instability and ineffective governance process. So as a department, we've then looked at the establishment and the operation of the municipal public accounts committees, as we do believe that some of the root causes relate to the failure of councils to actually appoint senior management who do have the requisite skills required to actually provide service delivery. And of course, this also does delay the administration to approve service delivery projects, therefore leading to poor service delivery and outcomes. So in order for us to also then deal with the challenges that we identified in the State of Local Government report, the department, in collaboration with the provinces, SALGA and National Treasury, developed a framework to guide the process of developing, implementing, and monitoring the municipal support and intervention plans. The criteria that we also developed here to classify the municipalities has also been utilized by the multidisciplinary support teams to then identify the short-term, medium-term, and interventions for inclusion in the MSIPs of the dysfunctional municipalities. And our minister has also been reported on some of the improvements around this. We have also looked at the DDM and the DDM approach, which we see as an all of society and all of government approach. And some of the critical things that we have also undertaken is to ensure that we do have DDM political champions who have been allocated to various provinces, who then play a critical role to resolve some of the political and service delivery challenges, and to also just assist in unblocking the catalytic projects where required. The performance of the municipalities, even though it has slightly improved, what we are still looking at, what continues to contribute to the negative impact on institutional capacity, looks also to the long turnaround times in which we are required to respond to communities' complaints. And of course, this leads to communities being distressed, and this also then results in some protests, which then also have an implication or impact, on the fiscus, because we are now required to go and replace that infrastructure that has been damaged. So to also then strengthen institutional capacity, our minister has also promulgated the local government municipal staff regulations and guidelines as a response to the commitment of government to actually resolve and professionalize the local public administration, and also to build a capable local public administration and its human resources. So the regulations prescribe the minimum competence requirement for staff below management echelon for entry into municipal administration, and the regulations for staff below senior managers are linked with competency requirements for each individual occupational level, and this should be viewed as a game changer in the professionalization of local government. So further, the department also intends to then roll out the prototype staff establishment project within the municipalities to actually address some of the challenges that also relate to bloated structures. So the other challenge also relates to procurement, and as such, we are looking at anti-corruption initiatives. The department is part of the local government anti-corruption strategy and the national anti-corruption strategy. And these are the appropriate governance structures where we are looking at good governance and how it is that we can continue to implement the integrity and anti-corruption programs. These structures also then look at ethics, risk, internal audit, and municipal public accounts committees in general, because they are important. And we believe that these also allow for better collaboration and coordination amongst the various stakeholders, both from a preventative perspective and also from an enforcement perspective. So as such, the department will continue then to form part of these committees, and so that we are also then in a better position to continue to guide municipalities in how it is that they need to also ensure that there is also much more accountability with regards to administration in the municipalities. So the other challenge that there is relates to the delivery of services and operations and maintenance within the municipal infrastructure. And currently the water, sanitation and energy infrastructure is quite constrained. And the infrastructure has also in many instances gone beyond its useful life. So the appropriate strategic intervention here would be to actually upgrade infrastructure and to meet those capacity requirements. However, municipalities are actually appropriating large amounts of budget to actually maintain infrastructure that is actually beyond its useful life, which in essence becomes a challenge to municipalities. So as such, our minister has also mentioned the intervention that we have, where we are utilizing our municipal infrastructure agency to assist municipalities where they are then in a position to actually review their systems where they are finding challenges and where there are constraints, and to unblock these. On the distribution losses, so according to the Auditor General report of 2020-21, the average water loss across the country was above 30%, and the norm actually stood at 50%. And there's 114 municipalities that are water services providers, and they therefore incurred water distribution losses that were totaling just over 9.8 billion. So the distribution losses in the provision of water contributes to fiscal leakages for municipalities, and this also then negatively impacts on sustainable provision of water services. And these distribution losses also emanate predominantly from both technical losses, including poor maintenance of water infrastructure, and non-technical losses, including illegal connection in water service distribution processes. So to curb these losses, Minister has mentioned that government has allowed for up to 5% of the municipal infrastructure grant to be used for asset management planning. It should also be noted that the asset management planning process will resolve both the technical and non-technical losses. And the department, with the assistance of the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, will continue to engage municipalities and to prompt them to actually utilize MIG for asset management planning purposes. The municipalities, we will also continue to assist in the prioritization of their MIG funds so that they will be able to bring the need for asset management planning forward. So the evaluation of also the capacity of the infrastructure and the assessment of the functionality of the infrastructure and allocation of proper budget is required to eliminate the loss of water and energy. And communities therefore also need to be more involved in asset management through the establishment of cooperatives for women, for youth and persons with disabilities, as we are also of the view that this will in addition contribute to job creation and also relieve municipalities as they will spend less on operations, repairs and maintenance. And also this can also create some job opportunities as well for contractors. To address inflated pricing in the development of infrastructure, the department, with the cooperation of MISA, has also updated the industry guide for unit costs, and this is being currently rolled out. The other fiscal leakages that are experienced by municipalities is on the revenue chain, revenue value chain, including challenges on tariff setting for the various trading services, such as water, electricity, challenges on metering and billing, as well as credit control and indigent management. So in addition to support the support provided to the municipalities on the implementation of the Municipal Property Rates Act, tariff policies and bylaws, credit control and indigent management on the revenue value chain, we are undertaking cost of supply studies on water in 10 municipalities. So the objective of this study is the appropriation of all costs required to service customers, and among each customer class is to look at whether this is done in a fair and equitable manner, and is one also that is very important is that there needs to be considerations in establishing and designing water tariffs that are implemented to provide the service required by customers and recover costs incurred by authorized municipalities. So the department will complete this project. We intend to undertake it in 2 phases. And once we've completed the actual project, we will then intend to roll out the cost of supply studies on water to municipalities. With regards to the issue of communities withholding payments on municipal services, as such, it's important for us to note that we have opted to look at how it is that municipal customers continue to ensure that payments are then made to municipalities. And of course, some of the challenges experienced here by the district municipalities are that the water service authorities, and if I could give an example, like Sikukune, the consumers receive 2 bills from the same water service authority for water and sanitation, and another bill from the local municipality for property rates and taxes, refuse removal, and electricity. So as such, consumers opt to pay the bill from the local municipality, ignore the water service authority bill, and as they understand fairly that the water service authority cannot disconnect their water supply as it is against the Constitution. So as government, we then looked at implementing this responsible citizenry campaign to also then encourage communities to pay for municipal services. And we then expect that municipalities will continue to institutionalize the campaign and to encourage their local communities to pay. On the challenge that it relates to non-revenue water and energy, when considering the value chain of the provision of potable water, it does not always result in the income to the municipality. And this could also result from a number, but not limited to a few areas such as leakages, concerns around the main distribution or leakage and overflows at the utility storage tanks, and so on. So at the Crown is also the culture of non-payment that then encourages a number of leakages within the billing system. So the credibility of the billing system then plays a critical determinant in ensuring that the municipality would generate revenue. So local government plays a critical role in driving the culture of payment and the reduction of the resultant tampering with water and energy meters. So in addition, the billing cycle across the value chain should therefore be revamped. And it's important that at municipal level that we produce credible statements for consumers to then regain their trust. On the challenge around unbilled revenue, municipalities are largely dependent on consumer data for billing, and the lack of this adequate data impacts negatively on the accuracy and completeness of billing. So poor records management leads to undesirable audit outcomes and the lack of accountability and business continuity. And according to the Auditor General report of South Africa 2020-21, 27% of municipalities are not billing revenue. So in addition to highlighting these concerns through their findings, and also the AG issuing the material irregularity notifications when municipalities were suffering material financial losses because of revenue owed and not being billed. So the department is undertaking a data management project in 8 municipalities. So we intend to assess their data management practices guided by municipal revenue related policies. And where corrections are then required, development of implementation plans would take place, and the municipalities will be assisted in this regard. And then the department will then assess regarding the data integrity of each of these 8 municipalities. And once completed, we will then issue a report or a diagnostic report so that we can then see how it is that we can roll out to the other municipalities. To also address the issue of records management, the department has also undertaken a records management project in 30 municipalities. I won't name them to save time, but they're also across provinces. And the department will also then assess the state of records management in each of the municipalities to develop implementation plans and to further assist the municipalities. And once we've completed with this analysis and diagnostic, we will also then look at the risk analysis and also then see how it is that we can support municipalities in terms of their business processes in order to then help them to attain the desired outcomes. On fiscal leakages that also then impact disaster management, we continue to also notice leakages from the state allocated resources that are actually meant for interventions for betterment of lives of communities through various ways, from allocated funds being utilized for unintended purposes, also poor workmanship resulting in recurring disaster damages, and then also just the lack of accountability on allocated funds. And also risk reduction measures not being incorporated into developmental projects to enhance sustainability and resilience within communities. So additional resources are then used to replace the loss when that does occur, within the disaster setting. And of course, what we need to do going forward is to really ensure that we have stringent measures that need to be put into place, particularly around enforcement and also applying the applicable regulatory frameworks by the various relevant entities. Theft, vandalism, and destruction has also been mentioned by the earlier presenters, and the state of service delivery continues to then receive attention as our communities voice their concerns, sometimes even through, as I had said earlier, through protests. And of course, we know what the outcome of these are. So subsequently, we find as government that we are required to rather reinvest in current infrastructure instead of developing in new areas. So a joint operation, a regular joint operation is therefore required in municipalities around law enforcement, and specifically looking at where we have a lot of infrastructure vandalism. We have also taken up the fact that we should also perhaps look at some industries which then actually cause or create the further vandalism of infrastructure. And we're looking to see how the judicial system can actually be strengthened to also then allow for harsh sentencing for offences related to theft of public infrastructure. We also need to ensure that we have far more vigorous communication to educate communities on the importance of public infrastructure and to also develop the sense of ownership. And then, Chairperson, on my final challenge, as we have outlined, there are other factors in the fiscal leakages, and these specifically then relate to municipalities that have a misalignment, to the local economic development strategies. So these are not necessarily aligned to the municipal plans. And in these instances where municipalities, for example, would then develop a road in an area which is not necessarily linked to the area of economic activity and potential economic development within their jurisdiction. So the inability of municipalities to assess and then capitalize on their comparative advantage also impacts negatively on the municipal fiscus. So the department will be looking at support programs to actually emphasize their economic diversification and perhaps also with an emphasis on some of the smaller towns. So the inability then, this inability to assess comparative advantage also denies municipalities the opportunity to actually realize their potential investments in their respective areas of advantage. So, Honourable Chairperson, I'm now at the end of my presentation, and we look forward to working with all stakeholders, including the House, as we coordinate these interventions through the district development model. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Williams. Thank you very much. Let me allow the Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma, the Minister of Cogta, to say a thing or two. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much. I think I won't say anything maybe during discussion time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, we are aware that we will be having the afternoon session with MECs from provinces. So we decided to add one aspect that will address the financial cost of fiscal leakages to provinces, to show how it erodes the revenue of provinces. So Treasury will deal with that in summary form in less than 5 minutes. Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ukhalaletseng Khariko from National Treasury, responsible for overseeing the implementation of provincial budgets. So briefly, next slide, we looked also at both revenue and expenditure. So on the revenue side, what we have is on the screen is those vehicles that are not licensed or unroadworthy, or both. So this challenge started much earlier. It did not occur because of COVID. So in 2015, we had about 833,000 of this kind of cars that are not licensed or that are unroadworthy. So the number has subsequently increased to almost 1.5 million at this point in time. Next slide. So one of the leakages that provinces are grappling with at the moment is the medical legal payments, where a state is sued for negligence, particularly in the cerebral palsy as situations. So, and as a result of the payments towards the claimants, it put pressure on provincial budgets, but we're hopeful that the State Liability Amendment Bill that is being submitted to the National Assembly would help provinces so that they don't make a once-off payment, because generally we find that a claimant can get, let's say, a few millions upfront, but then again, in future, they might eat that money, and then next thing they come back to government for medical care. So that bill should, once processed, should help with periodic payments, and also government can at least provide future medical care at state facilities. The next one really was, the next slide is about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I'll not explain this one, I think, because it's clear. So it has increased a bit from 2.2 to 2.5 billion. So the next slide, and we'll see that next one again. So we'll see that really also the issue of provincial departments accumulating unpaid bills, or accruals and payables as we call them. So when they owe those above 30 days, so they ended up incurring interest, which is also fruitless expenditure. So part of that fruitless that was in the previous slide, interest paid on unpaid bills also contribute to that. Next slide. So in the health sector, adding to what Veluso Butle was talking about earlier, the spending reviews done, we've done one on committed overtime. And we see that in terms of what provincial departments of health are spending on this, essentially with that amount of money, they could employ more people with that kind of money they're spending on. Next slide. So the next one, laundry, just shows that when you insource laundry, especially at provincial laundry sites, is more expensive. And the cheapest one is having outsourced the service to service providers. But even if you insource on site at the hospital, where the linen is needed, is much cheaper than outsourcing at the provincial laundry, because you still have to take this laundry back to the facilities. Next slide. These two slides as well, they just indicate, I think these two just indicate that outsourcing could be cheaper, especially for security and food services in bigger facilities, but in smaller facilities in rural areas, it might be cheaper to insource. Next slide. I think can skip the next one because I've spoken to this one, that the same principle applied. So this one just to say, look, when provincial roads are not really maintained, so by the time the roads deteriorate, and then you ended up spending much more than you should have spent if you are regularly maintaining the roads. Next slide. So this one, food parcels, we checked during COVID when the province were providing the services. We find that on average, it was costing 710, but there were those provinces that were spending more than that. Next slide. So the issue around human settlement is just really mismatched between what is being spent and the delivery. And part of that, if you go to the next slide, is the fact that if you go towards the end of the financial year, there tends to be those transfers to municipalities or transfers to your housing development agency, that in the books, it seems as if money has been spent, but yet the money is sitting with other institutions of government. Next, I think I'm almost done. So this last one really was just to say, we've also looked at we've looked at the listing of office accommodation, and it has been found that some of it is that most of the time governments ended up spending above market rates. So the idea is that contracts need to be negotiated at the government can pay market rates. I think that the last two are just around the public entities, the 3D. This one is about the impairments on loans given to individuals, and also on the sustainability of 3D public entity, because ideally 3D is a business enterprise, so they should be self-sustainable. So I think I'll end here, Chair. So I've covered the last two slides on 3D public entities.
Thank you, my sister. Now we've got a better sense, and the MSCs, fortunately, they are part of this session, and they will be having the afternoon session. Let's take the hands. The first one will be Honorable Sileku, followed by Honorable Nana, our beautiful chocolate, followed by Honorable Karim. The fourth one will be Honorable Mahlangu, Honorable Dango Ambassador, Honorable Ryder, Honorable Maleka, then Honorable Boshov will be the last one, then before we can get to the second round.
Also, Chair?
No, let's deal with the first round. Honorable Seleku.
Thank you, House Chair, and greetings to you, and greetings to the Minister, and to all the presenters, and especially the members. Mine, House Chair, is just a simple one, and one question to the Minister of Cogta. A common issue in many municipalities are weak budget execution procedures and controls, especially procurement, commitment controls, invoice processing, and payment authorization. These weaknesses often arise from institutional sluggishness rather than technical or infrastructural constraints. My question to the Minister: what specific steps are being taken to mitigate the misuse in spending and corruption to preserve the integrity of the procurement systems, to ensure adequate expenditure controls, to prevent unauthorized spending. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Seleku. Honorable Nana.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair, and good morning to everyone. I was pretty much pleased when the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP touched on the leakages in municipalities as well, because a temptation exists that when we discuss this kind of a topic, we all go for wealthy people, businesses, companies, and so on, and actually ignore or overlook financial leakages that you find in our own institutions in government. And my question goes to the Department of to Treasury. To Treasury, there appears to be a little effort to incentivize municipalities to become more self-sufficient by reducing leakages. Equitable share comes with no strings attached. Unfunded budgets are accepted by Treasury with no consequences. And on the other end of the scale, clean audits are met with no benefits to municipalities and with instructions to auditors to dig deep next time. Deputy Minister, what is your department doing to ensure that there are consequences to municipalities and also to be obedient to
Honorable Nana, your network is problematic. We missed the last part of your question.
Oh, okay, thanks, Honorable House Chair. Oh, the last part of my question was to the Deputy Minister, what is his department doing to ensure that there are consequences to municipalities and also to provinces who find it politically expedient to allow fiscal leakages to occur? I hope I'm clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nana. We got it very well. Honorable Karim.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Treasury says that there's a big distinction between tax avoidance, which is legal, and tax evasion, which is illegal. But is this really so? Are there not lines of divisions that get blurred at times between what's tax avoidance and what's tax evasion? Now, it's not true that it's the private sector, mainly monopoly capital, mainly mining capital, that's primarily responsible for illicit financial flows. And yet this very private sector is based on an ethos of, everybody must pay the taxes that are due to them to pay. And when Treasury engages with big business or the private sector, does it actually raise with them the need for this? That they must pay the taxes. They're first to point to the public sector, well, rightly, our levels of corruption, but they themselves are responsible for this. Surely there's no moral case not to pay your tax. Why is it that the private sector keeps looking for ways of avoiding paying taxes that they know in terms of the market principles that they are due to pay? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karim. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My greetings to the ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, and all delegates on the platform, including the deputy chairperson, the presiding officers, and the chief whip of majority. My question is directed to National Treasury Chairperson, and is as follows. What are the levels of illicit financial flows, outflows, not just flows, from the country our country, South Africa, and what measures is South African Revenue Services taking to cap such illicit financial flows? Because I believe that there should be something that South African Revenue Services is planning to do. And I'm expecting a National Treasury or Team National Treasury to clarify this to us. And also to understand from Treasury or request an explanation or a clarity in as far as the current estimate, to say what is the current estimate by National Treasury of illicit financial flows from this country of ours. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mashango. Honorable Dango, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Please don't mind if I have my video off. Chairperson,
because it's you, Ambassador, I won't mind.
Thank you. Chairperson, my question is to everybody. Is the definition of wasteful, fruitless, and irregular expenditure. But I particularly come to the issue of irregular expenditure. Now, irregular expenditure, in fact, by definition, is unplanned and unbudgeted for expenditure. Now, if you go to war, that's really irregular expenditure. Now, if I'm taking Johannesburg as an example, it doesn't matter which political formation is in charge, they're all going to sit with the same problem. The problem is there's 1.5 million people in the South on unplanned settlements, and I don't call them informal settlements any longer. They're unplanned settlements. These unplanned settlements are in fact going to incur irregular expenditure, whether at the local level, the provincial level, or at the national level. It's going to be irregular expenditure of a very large scale. So we have to look at what the definition of irregular expenditure is, because this impact on whether the entity can lend money at a particular rate, and it impacts negatively in every other way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dango. The next is Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, when I saw the agenda, it said ministerial briefing, but it seems we've turned it into a departmental brief. So are extremely competent. I'm not sure that asking them some of these questions is entirely fair. But nonetheless, Chair, Mr. Axelson did touch on the illicit tobacco trade, and that is central to many fiscal leakages at all levels, where cash is received by retailers, and that's used to buy illegally imported or illegally manufactured cigarettes. The sin taxes on the production of the cigarettes are therefore lost, and any profits made by the manufacturer or the smuggler are also lost. There's no VAT paid on the purchase. The cigarettes are then sold to the retailer or as part of the shop and sold for cash, or set off against cash sales, and the retailer will possibly not declare the sales in their financial reports and will thus not be paying companies tax on the profits. A large sum of revenue is lost in this process. The illicit trade, Chairperson, was given a major boost by the lockdown regulations that Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma drove. Perhaps it's as a result of her close relationship to Mr. Mazzotti and others. So my question to the minister is that, or the deputy minister, are you making any headway in reversing the devastating fiscal consequences from this particular aspect of those disastrous regulations? And then just an observation, Chair, I'm most pleased to see the return to zero-based budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. My question is directed to the Minister of Cogta. Minister, South Africa is one of the driest countries in the world and faces a 17% water supply shortfall in less than a decade. Yet billions of litres of clean water are going down the drain every year due to leaking pipes, neglected infrastructure, and little to no maintenance in towns and cities nationwide. We find municipalities requesting increases to its water supply allocation, whilst megalitres of water supplies are being lost to leaks. All these factors contribute to excessive revenue losses of all municipalities. The population of South Africa is growing exponentially. And today, Minister, I trust that you will be able to provide this House and the broader public out there that you and your department have a database in place on which municipalities are the biggest transgressors and what their plan of action is to address these critical issues to ensure that no one will face the day where they are told that the municipality they reside in can no longer provide water, which is not only a basic service, but a lifeline. We also need for you, Minister, to get all transgressing municipalities to have plans of action in place on how they will stop these leakages, which are adding to great fiscal leakages, which none of them can afford. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. We can also take Honorable Meeeman.
Thank you, House Chair Yambi. Greetings to honorable members and our special guest. Just two from my side. The team from Treasury did make reference to a number of strategies and pillars that National Treasury is using to sort of mitigate these fiscal leakages. And amongst them was the referral to the issue of tax evasion and tax avoidance. The question that I want to pose is how effective is these strategies, and whether has there been any quantitative measures put in place to quantify what we consider as tax avoidance and tax evasion, and whether is there no exploitation of this distinction between the two. The second one is in relation to the fiscal leakages at provincial level, which was also itemized by Mayor Arekwe. And amongst them, there was the leases. And she did allude to the fact that a review was done. I would be more interested in terms of the findings and recommendations in terms of those reviews that were done around all those items, whether it is security, whether it is leases, because it's important that if we have identified those leakages, particularly at provincial expenditure level, we are then able to come with concrete measures to sort of contain them. Because especially with leases, the reality of the matter is that our government departments are scattered all over. You'll find the premiers departments located there and other departments located all over the town. And as a result thereof, it becomes very difficult to use lease as an opportunity to even transform the property industry, because it is monopolized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now take Honorable Lond.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mine is short and sweet, Honourable Chair. The promotion of township economy is a commendable idea, and it has tremendous potential to add to our economy, though it is often poorly implemented. Minister, is there part of this program that educates and encourages compliance with revenue collection regulations and legislation to add to our tax base and make sure that everybody contributes their fair share? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lund. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, sorry for not switching on my video. Chair, I just want to ask the Minister, how has fiscal leakage impacted on the risk on the rising of governmental debt resulting in fiscal consolidation and on the budget cuts? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you,
I'm not sure if it's
Bartlett.
clear enough. Okay.
No, it's clear. The next is Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My question is to Minister of Cogta. Minister, the local government space is experiencing fiscal leakage at a staggering rate. Metering is inconsistent, meter reading is erratic. Billing is rare and when done, often inaccurate and non-compliant. Collection is low. Non-revenue water and electricity grows each year. So we all know that the leakages are substantial. We know that there are grants in place to address these issues. Municipal IT grants, water and sanitation grants, etc. But these are not having the impact needed. What is Cogta doing to increase the political will to drive, what is Cogta doing to increase the political will to drive self-generation of revenue by municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you. The last is Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika, you are the last.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. My question is directed to the National Treasurer. I've got two questions. First question, how has the fiscal leakages affected the developmental agenda of the country? And my last question, House Chair, is National Treasurer going to develop new policy and legislation to deal with the problem of illicit financial flows, illicit trade, fiscal leakages, and tax evasion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. I'll now start with the Honorable Dr. Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Sorry, I had problems unmuting myself. Am I audible now?
We are audible, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I will just say a few words, and the team is here to answer some of the questions. Maybe just looking at the first question, I think one of the things that we are trying to put emphasis on is the functional impacts, which must really ensure that the finances in the municipalities are utilized appropriately. But also, it's important that the administrative and political relationship is appropriate, so that the political side is not involved in the procurement issues, but they do their oversight. But also political parties must play their part. And then there is There's a nasty comment about from one of the honorable members, and I just take exception to it. About the loss of revenue during the COVID. I'll not dignify it with a response. I just take exception to it. And maybe the Minister of Finance can answer the other part of it. Then there was an issue about this country being the driest and billions of water are leaking. Yes, but I don't know what the honorable member expects us to do. We are not an implementing department, we are a coordinating department. That is why in my introductory remarks, I did say that because municipalities were not budgeting enough for repairs and maintenance, we have agreed with Treasury that part of the MIC should be utilized for repairs and maintenance. The rest, there's nothing Cogta particularly can do because we're not an implementing department. That is our contribution to say, can we really assist the municipalities with revenue to repair and maintain the infrastructure. But I hope that you will have a briefing also with the other ministers, like the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Maybe they can also add to the answer when you do have that. Briefing. In terms of the last but one question about grants and increase political will to increase the revenue collection. I think there are a number of objective and subjective reasons why revenue collection is not done optimally. First, in some of the municipalities, the majority of people who live there are indigent, they are not working, so there is no revenue base from which to collect. So we can't just have a one-stroke brush, that we have to segment and see what the reasons are. And of course, those municipalities, we know, we know those municipalities where the majority of people are indigent, they are not working. So even if they wanted to pay, they do not have a revenue to pay with. And then there are those areas where we have worked with the municipalities, with ESCOM and so on, to have a plan for payment. And some of them are paying the current whilst they will slowly pay the debt. So there are a number of measures that we've taken to try and assist in terms of revenue. But I think political parties, since most of the people who have to pay their constituencies, must also play their part in advocating for payment for services. It should not just be left to government. I think political parties must play their part. And I'm sorry that I had to leave. And so in fact, I should have gone. I have a meeting at 12. So I will not be there for the rest of the round, and the officials will add to what I've said. Thank you very much, House Chair, and goodbye.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for always availing yourself as and when we're having this important session in the National Council of Provinces. Thank you very much. We will now allow DG Williams to continue and add.
Thank you, Chair, House Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you. DG Williams.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and once again, I greet the honorable members. There was a question that was raised by Honorable Nana, and it related to what is the department doing to ensure consequences for those who allow for fiscal leakages. I know that the question was directed, I think, to the Deputy Minister, but of course, as the national department, and if you look at the Structures and Systems Acts, we definitely also then play a part in providing the actual frameworks and the tools by which line managers are then able to net out, if I can call it that, the consequence management. But of course, it does talk back to having leadership that is capable and leadership that is actually willing to then take the accountability. And we are hoping that with some of the changes, you know, that we've now implemented within the acts, that this will help to strengthen that. There was also, excuse me, a question that was also then raised on the issue of the municipal water problems, and how it is that the department is possibly supporting on these. I think ministers also touched on that by referencing our agency. We have MISA. MISA has been supporting municipalities in conducting assessments where there are leakages, and we also then have, through MISA, the capacity, the engineering capacity to also support in terms of providing assistance so that some of the issues can be resolved directly on the ground. Those, Chairperson, were the two questions that I picked up on, which I thought I could possibly add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG Williams. Acting DG Momo, if you can deal with the technical part, working with your team to respond to the questions asked by honorable members. Acting DG.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think I'll try and go in the order the questions were raised, and the team will come in on most of the issues. But let me just say overall that let me start with the issue of illicit financial flows. I think, you know, we've said repeatedly in Parliament that if something is illicit, it's not necessarily illegal. And hence we differentiate between illegal, which we have all the power to act on, and between, let's say, illicit that is not illegal. So in other words, it's behavior that we don't like, but we may not have the legal power, we do not have the legal power to act against it, to lock anyone in jail, to impose penalties, etc. It goes against the spirit of what we want. And yes, many people, so I think that the issue that Mr. Axelson in his slide showed that, you know, illegal is tax evasion. They've broken the law and we can act. The smarter ones, unfortunately, structure their taxes to pay as little as possible. So we don't like it, but we can't act on it because they followed the law by definition. And all we can do is to try and change the law for the future. And that's why you find with the tax process that every year we have a section called Annexure C, which is precisely to deal with those abuses that take place through a different interpretation to what we intended. So people use that They get clever lawyers and accountants and auditors to structure their affairs not to pay, when really the intention is they should pay their fair share. So I think it's very important that we separate the two notions, because how we analyze and how we can act, I think, can differ depending on whether it's clearly illegal or if it's, not following the spirit of the law, and often done in an opaque way, but which is not illegal, and therefore we do not have the powers to act. Of course, I think what, for example, Honorable Karim raised, the issue of why doesn't, whether it's the private sector or any taxpayer, why they don't pay their fair share, is a big issue internationally as well, where you've seen that the game of tax structuring is widespread. And in fact, so much so that there's an active, that firstly, all you can do, I'll deal with the so much so in a second, that all you can do is hopefully name and shame. So people would say, for example, Starbucks is operating here and this is how much it pays, or Amazon is operating here and this is how little tax it pays. So that shaming effect, in a way, through more disclosure, is actually quite important to get actors to contribute their fair share of taxes, even though legally they can find ways to get around it. And so between that kind of naming and shaming, and even that, given tax confidentiality, you don't always, you're not able to know that. It's when a company, because it's listed, publishes what it has paid in taxes that you get that info. You don't get it from the revenue collecting agency. I was going to say, Chair, that in fact, even this area has become so contested. About a week or two ago, the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act. The act had very little to do with inflation. It's got a lot to do with climate change. But interestingly, they actually found money for the IRS, which is the equivalent of SARS in the US. And something that even surprised me, that, for example, in the Republican Party, there's a very strong trend to defund the tax agency because people don't want the government to have the right to tax. So you do see pretty powerful forces that support the kind of behavior to get the private sector to minimize the tax that they should be paying. Certainly in South Africa, as government, I think Mr. Axelson outlined all the steps that have been taken to try and reduce the scope for people to structure so that they don't pay. And we are constantly, as I said, changing the law. When it comes to more broadly illicit flows, again, I have to differentiate between the different types. It's not really possible it's very hard for us to say what amount is illicit flows. So again, I'll differentiate between illegal and illicit. If it's tax, the only place to get that kind of info is from SARS. But some of it may be, for example, related to the drugs trade. It's illegal, people don't report on it. And again, you try and get an estimate. How do you estimate that? And the only authority that can act in those instances would presumably be the police. So depending on the type of expenditure, if you take state capture, we found that a lot of illegal flows from Eskom, from Denel, from Transnet were directed, and they closed as if it's a legitimate payment. Now, again, we've taken mechanisms, or we're looking at mechanisms to say, how can we prevent state-owned entities from making such payments? Because we control it ourselves as government in a way. you don't need to go elsewhere, but surely we can take stronger steps to make sure that such payments, say to the Gupta's companies overseas, were not made. We're looking at what the Zondo Commission has found, and we're asking ourselves, how can we take steps to reduce those types of leakages? Because most money that's stolen, even if it's defrauded and done by a player within the country, they tend to want to get their money outside as soon as possible. And a lot of their structuring is to pay to an outside company, even if they bring back the money through another vehicle. And in a sense, Chair, if you look at the problem we face with the FATF grey listing, it's not unrelated to that problem. What FATF, in effect, if we take a step back, is saying is that South Africa, you need to understand that there are very sophisticated syndicates that are operating, that the way you are legislating or your framework, the way you are implementing your laws, that you are actually like not going to stop these syndicates. They're always going to be faster than you. They, in a sense, like water, whatever blockage we put, they get around it. And we will never be agile enough. As it is, we're not agile, but we'll never be agile enough to deal with those syndicates. So one does need a different way. And in a way, I think that if we take the steps to prevent the grey listing, I think we'll really improve our capability to deal with financial crimes and the illegal flow of money out of the country, which hurts us deeply. But what I'm trying to say is there's many different types, and I think it's important that there are different types that are classified, and we then target the people who are supposed to watch that to make sure they're doing their work, like Parliament has done. I mean, it's called various departments to report, and I think that that kind of approach can ensure more accountability from each type. So we don't quite have a figure because by its nature, people don't report on that. We don't even, Chair, have a figure for what's really an estimate of what's been stolen through state capture. The Commission, for example, did get people making representation and tried to have some suggestive figures, but again, it's very hard to estimate what the exact extent of theft there was just from our own entities, because they were dressed up in procurement for trains. So is the entire expenditure illegal or what? I think those are the kinds of difficulties that we have. So, Chair, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. As we find bad practices, we try and legislate or get our authorities to be prepared for that. I think the other approaches that we have to ask is, why don't our preventive mechanisms, whether they're audit committees and internal controls, why didn't they work during state capture? How can we make sure that they work better so that we get better compliance and we have an early warning system to act? Because once the money is transferred out of the country, it is almost, it's not impossible, but it's almost impossible to get it back. Because there's all kinds of other laws. You have to factor in that country's laws and so on. And by the way, that was one of the other things that the FATF grey listing found, that we as South Africans, our agencies, don't actually chase the money when it goes overseas or overseas cases. So those are the types of measures that I think can hopefully help us in the future, but we can't really provide figures. I think there was a question on irregular expenditure and so on, and let me just come in there. I think there's also been real confusion, maybe in the last 10 years or so, where we're conflating what's corruption and what's rule transgressions. you can transgress a rule and there can be no corruption at all. Nobody's made money. In fact, you can even get more value for money sometimes because the rule may be quite silly. That's why when we did the PFMA, we tried to have a principles-based approach over the MFMA. What we now have is sometimes, by the way, as a knee-jerk reaction to stop the corruption, and I would say Treasury itself has done that, we introduce rules. Now, the rules then often prove to be ineffective, but when people don't follow it, then it may result in irregular expenditure because there's non-compliance with a particular rule. And often we have processes to condone that so that they're not irregular. I think that we are engaging with the Auditor General to say, let's try and look at different types of irregular expenditure so that if clearly it's a corrupt or suspicious transaction, that's what we need to focus on. And that might be 10% of the amount, 20%, whatever it is, but let's focus on that. Because if you look at it, Chair, during the years of state capture from 2010 to 2016-17, even our audit processes failed. They didn't see any corruption when there was a lot of evidence for them to see it. And the question needs to be asked is, why didn't they see it? Why were they blind? I mean, we were all blind to some extent, but there were processes that there were lots of red flags, and either many in government closed their eyes to the red flag and didn't act, or even during particular processes, it's surprising that these things were not picked up. And I think those hard questions must be asked entity by entity, transaction by transaction, if we are going to prevent illicit flows, but also not conflate what is clearly corruption, where we must be very hard and go for it, to what perhaps is something done in good faith. Because what you want is, you don't want a public service that's risk averse, that's too scared to take decisions. In 1994, when we moved into our democratic dispensation, the thinking was we wanted a public service that's of people who are problem solvers, not people who are robots. And unfortunately, and that's why we made some of the changes in governance and accountability. But as I said, whilst it seemed to work in the first 10 years as was intended, in the last 10 years, perhaps as an overreaction to trying to prevent corruption, we introduced these rules and a new approach seemed to have taken effect. So it's something that as Treasury we are looking at to try and, as we used to say with the PFMA, to let managers manage, but make them more accountable. And part of the initiative to have a professional public service, I think, is going to be important. In fact, Chair, let me say, I get surprised. I mean, I looked at one of the municipalities where the mayor intended, I don't want to get into the particular issue, I just found it odd that the mayor is talking about a procurement that he wanted to effect around to refurbish a coal plant so that they have their own source of electricity. But surely that's the job of the municipal manager. There's no role for an elected office bearer to be getting involved in procurement or unsolicited bids. It's actually, it should be illegal. And if you look at the Zondo Commission, that's the problem that happened, that you had boards and ministers getting involved in procurement processes in an SOE. So again, we need to clarify what the roles are and be clear what roles should not be allowed and are forbidden if we want to make sure that we reduce the scope for corruption and so on. Let me stop there, Chair. Chris, I don't know if there's any other text questions you want to answer, or the other Okali and others barely can answer any of the other questions with regard to their slides.
I think you've covered everything, Mama.
Yeah, you have done much ground, acting DG. not unless there's anything, but from my notes, I've noted the questions. Not unless there's anything that I miss out. I can check with your team.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think it's one from Honorable Moimang.
Yeah.
Yes, on the what were the findings on the spending reviews that I presented? So essentially on the lease accommodation, we found that the way contracts that provincial departments were running that have expired, and others that are above market rate. So at the time, there was a potential saving of more than 500 million in aggregate that provinces could get if they negotiate contracts to market rates. So that's the one. So on the three in health, essentially that one, because some of them are not straightforward. I mean, for example, it says whether big cities like perhaps in Gauteng, it will be easier to outsource. It's much cheaper to outsource. But if I make an example, let's say with Northern Cape, if you have a clinic whether in Grootmeer or Kleinmeer, I mean, it's far from Appington, and Appington is the biggest town or city next to it. So it might be cheaper to appoint somebody local in the I don't know whether it's a village, in those villages, and that person cleans the clinics in those areas, rather than having a contractor from Appington traveling to almost, I think it's more than 100 km to those areas. And then obviously that person is going to charge the provincial department for such. So it's such things to say, we look at what is cheaper or what is reasonable. So what will be reasonable in that case, in the weather, in the rural space, is better to appoint somebody. So, but what we are doing currently as the Treasury family, including the provincial treasuries, we're continuously negotiating with the provincial departments of health to look into this, obviously within their setting, to say what will be the efficient way of spending money on laundry, on patient food, and also on security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. Now, colleagues, we have got
Chair, can I just come in?
Acting teacher?
Yeah, if I may just say, Chair, I think maybe I just want to take up one other point, because we're all concerned about the state of local government and how many municipalities are failing, and the Minister of Cogta raised some of the issues. I wanted to make the point, we don't have an army of people to intervene when there's too many municipalities in trouble. Our system is designed that if there's 3 or 4 municipalities in a country that are in trouble, then our systems can kick in. But when you have 20, 30, 50, 100 municipalities in trouble, it's a systemic problem, and no system is going to be able to fix that. In other words, we don't have, if we had enough people to fix up 20 or 50 municipalities, the question should be, those people should be working in the municipalities in the first instance. They shouldn't be at National Treasury, okay? We don't have them, but even if we did, I'm saying they should be in the Treasury. But what I want to get to is the essential problem is what the NDP call the political administrative interface. And it's what gets into the domain of politics and a professional public service. What do mayors and councillors do and what they shouldn't do? We should prohibit things that they shouldn't do, like get involved in procurement. And what should officials do and what they shouldn't do as well? And I think that unless we have that clarity, because essentially then the problem is a lack of clarity of roles. And I think when people have then, they politicize, needlessly politicize procurement and other processes, that's when you start running into problems. And that's where I think, the DG of the Treasury, the last one, Mr. Moriani, I think raised it in quite a strong way, that this is a problem at the political level, and that's where it needs to be fixed up. But and I think that's an important point to note. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. Probably even the recent promulgation of professionalization of the staff at that level will go a long way to assist. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Acting DG, and your team. And it's always an eye-opener to us as a National Council of Province when we happen to have you coming to enlighten us and engage so that we can improve and be effective and efficient in how we do oversight and looking at legislation and the issue of public participation. But be that as it may, looking at the time and the number of provinces that are going to be presenting, it's possible for us to do it as outside the plan. So allow me to take this opportunity now to give it to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mama Lucas, to take over. Mayor Lucas.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And as you have already indicated that we are going to continue with the program and try to wrap up as early as possible. And we are now going to call on MECs under the theme of provinces and municipal progress in implementing measures to mitigate against fiscal leakages and the impact on the economy and service delivery. Without much further ado, we will immediately give to Honorable Mvoko from the Eastern Cape to continue with his presentation. And can I, before we continue, just please request MECs to actually maintain the time of I see it's 10 minutes per presentation. Can we please try that we keep to the time as much as possible? Over to you, Honorable Mvoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, something is not going okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The fiscal leakages is exacerbated by the lack of integrated national and provincial special development plan, especially to rural provinces that are characterized by huge infrastructure backlogs, as the current funding formula never really took into consideration the cost of services or service delivery to such provinces like ourselves. And it became worse when we lost 54 billion rand as from 2013 to 2021-22 period. Now, the first one in the fiscal leakages in our province would be the medical legal claims and legal costs. From 2017-18 to 30th June 2022, an amount of 3.22 billion has been spent. The contingent liability is 30.7 billion as of 31st March 2022, which raises the liquidity problems. Now, the 3.2 billion is what we have paid so far, and the 30.7 billion has to do with the cases that are being lodged continuously to the province with regard to the medical legal claims and legal costs. Now, the mitigation strategies, Section 18.2G was implemented by the province, Provincial Treasury, Office of the Premier and Health developed a turnaround strategy with particular focus on the service delivery model, legal, clinical, human resource management, information communication, financial management, and governance matters, including the forensic matters. The document has already been presented and approved by a cabinet committee and the executive council of the province. The province has also challenged the writs process to courts, although we lost, but there are many lessons that we have learned. We requested National Treasury to facilitate the enactment of the reviewed state liability bill to include capped thresholds to be paid as a balancing act between the delivery of health services and the payment of medical legal claims. The Minister of Finance has already written a letter to both Ministers of Justice and Health to resuscitate this critical intervention. The second one would be the Department of Health in the province continues to experience huge accruals and payables amounting to 4.6 billion as reported on the 31st of March 2022. Now, these accruals are associated with the shortage of cash flow towards the end of the financial year due to the payment of these medical legal claims attributed to continued litigations. And the mitigation strategy on that one, over and above the Section 18(2)(g) that is being implemented by the province, Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with the Office of the Premier, conducted a research study in health and education on the root causes of these ever-increasing accruals and payables. The research was finalized, and both departments have developed action plans that are presented monthly into a finance forum set for the two departments in an attempt to mitigate these challenges experienced at this level. The third one would be we conducted site visits to medicine depots in 2019 because that was the third area of fiscal leakages. And the findings were as follows, that the slow ICT connectivity with those facilities that have connectivity, and some facilities do not have connectivity, and most clinics are using manual orders as the MedSAR system is not accessible to all clinics, which sometimes have its problems. And a facility would fax an order and again deliver the same order, then the order is duplicated. So the management indicated that sometimes facilities do not receive what they have ordered, whereas the order was given to the courier company. So some orders are stolen. They confirmed that there is not even one instance where the courier company has taken the responsibility for loss despite being engaged. And the depot is still investigating all cases, and they do not have legal people based on the depot. They rely on the head office. So there's no system that enables depot to check stock level at facilities, and no proper recording of the expiry of medicine, as there is a huge volume of medicine awaiting disposal. And that implies that we've ordered, we have paid for medication that will sit in the shelves, and at a later stage will have to be disposed. And the mitigation strategy is due to the challenges of broadband connectivity. The province, working with CETA, initiated the process of implementing a broadband connectivity from a very depleted provincial envelope due to the slow implementation of this national function by SA Connect. So the province is working closely with SA Connect to connect certain areas, but this process, due to the magnitude, will take longer. Health and education are the most affected sectors. The fourth one would be the revenue collection by provincial departments, which is still a very vexing issue in the province, where less appetite is at the low, which is very low by provincial departments, especially leveraging on the government property portfolio, the transport services and health services that the provinces possess. If I could make an example on health, a person will have an accident picked up by an ambulance, dropped in a government hospital, and when the person recovers, requires to be transferred into a private hospital and using his or her medical aid, and the portion that is within the hospital is not recovered by the Department of Health. Instead, the medical aid would pay the private hospital where the person recovered. So these are just one example of the challenge when it comes to health. So the mitigation strategy, the province, were in collaboration with the University of Fort Hare, conducted a revenue study that confirmed this potential. And the report was presented and approved by the Cabinet Committee and EXCO in the province for implementation. So provincial legislature also conducted its research working with the provincial treasury to validate the study and strengthen its implementation. So provincial treasury is working with the revenue departments towards the implementation of the revenue plans developed by the departments, and monthly revenue forums are held so as to monitor progress. The next one is the management of human resources. The province has budgeted for 138,172 headcount at a cost of 56 billion. So in 2022-23 financial year, which is 65.4% of the total provincial budget. So 24,000 of these, of the headcount, took sick leave at an estimated cost of 158 million as at the end of June 2022-23. So this poses a threat because many of these people are sitting at home over a long period of time while they are being paid and substituted by others in all the departments. So the mitigating strategy on this one, health and education have developed their turnaround plans to deal with the management of sick leaves. They have done head count and the movement of double-packed educators, because we still have a situation of double-packed educator, and educator is at another school, and due to numbers is supposed to be moved from Bisho to, make an example, to Zwelicha, but in Zwelicha there is a substitute teacher that is there. So they've developed those turnaround strategies to try and deal with that. The Office of the Premier has a provincial committee that is charged with the responsibility of managing and approving posts against the recruitment plans developed by provincial departments. The next one is the municipal unspent conditional grants. I think this is a very obvious one in that we lose a lot from the municipalities because they do not spend most of the grants. And the mitigating strategy on this one, that provincial treasury working with Cogta has created a forum in which grant performance is discussed early and interventions are proposed. We've partnered with MISA and DBSA as part of the intervention in infrastructure, implementation of the forward planning on projects to be implemented so that municipalities do not wait until the new financial year starts for them to prepare for the projects, building the technical capacity for municipalities to deliver. And we have multi-year projects over a 3-year MTF period. We implement procurement plans at the beginning of the municipal financial year, compliance with transferring officers and treasury conditions of the grants, and we avoid and try and avoid political influence of changing projects after they are approved by the transferring officers, as this is one other area that is threatening the expenditure in the grants. There's also the revenue foregone by municipality. This is where there is revenue that the municipality in providing the services is not able to bill and recover. So they put a mitigation strategy, develop proper financial recovery plans, which should be aggressively implemented and supported by the council. We manage service delivery on water and electricity and ensure that they are proper capacity, and municipalities trying to make sure that they should not be allowed to present unfunded budgets, and that monitoring of the budgets has actually reduced the presentation of unfunded budgets. The loss of revenue billed and not connected by municipalities is another one. As well, there we have put mitigating strategies of having proper billing system, manage the maintenance of electricity and water loss through illegal connections and leakages, and we're encouraging municipality to collect up to the treasury norm of 95% of billed revenue, and the councillors at ward level making awareness to communities for inappropriate, for importance to pay bills, and we're enforcing of credit collection policy. I suspect that my time is up, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, when you come into the screen.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Time is up. Your time is up. We listen to you, and we think you've been doing very well. Thank you very much. We will continue. We will allow now Honorable G. Brown, Ms. from Free State, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, kindly, Chairperson, the House Chairperson, leadership of the NCOP, and members of the NCOP, I'd like to share my screen, if that is allowed, to present the presentation. If you could kindly advise if you are able to view the screen that I'm seeing at this stage.
Your screen is visible. You may continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I'd like to just also reiterate that the challenges that we have with leakages in through our provincial economy is the IGR as well as systems placed from national, provincial and local level. I think there are many opportunities for us to improve the synergies around some of the solutions that we have found across national, provincial and local discussions and recommendations today. But if there's one specific screen that I'd like to outline that shows some of the challenges that we are experiencing in the province, it is this slide, and it talks to the notable sources of the leakages. First and foremost, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think as a province and many provinces, including irregular expenditure, we are tightening the mechanisms, provincial treasury notes, the support that we hand over to SCM and CFOs during our finance and CFO forums. We've also appointed a entity that is assisting us with the processes for condonement, loss management, and other procedures that allows for us to deal with the cumulative irregular expenditure. Rising salaries from suspended employees over a long service period, that is also a challenge. Some of the disciplinary processes that we are going through where officials are suspended with pay, the acting opportunities for other officials as well. There we're finding some duplications. I think our growing contingent liabilities, once again in our province, as well as the previous province, medico-legal claims, interest payments, and I also believe that somehow technology and the assistance with technology could assist us in some of the challenges and the risks that we are experiencing. Litigations largely very broad, and I also find that from state law advisory perspective, as well as the individuals that we appoint in our legal teams in different departments, are also affected in terms of how we deal and the term of our litigations as well. And management of contracts largely in our case in the province also results to the increase in litigations. Our non-operational special economic zones, I believe that the Malutia Pufung, based on some of the governance challenges that we're having at this stage, is affecting us because of non-tax incentives, our pipeline reporting, our investing and our investors model. I believe we could also do a lot better in that regard. Road accident funds and property leases. I also feel that from property perspective and the management of property and state property in our province, we could work a lot smarter and better. We have pronounced on certain BOT projects, triple Ps, so that we could reduce the cost of leases to a lessor and look at some internal mechanism where the province can benefit, generate additional revenue out of our own state properties. And I think that is some of the work that we've done. We've also renegotiated some of our leases that we've had because they were long-term leases. It reached its peak in terms of the attrition amounts over the long term, and we've been able to renegotiate. But I believe that that is also a manual and not automated mechanism in which we could manage some of our revenue. Delayed completion of infrastructure projects are a huge challenge for us, and largely I believe that incomplete projects in the province, and something that we raised in the budget forum over the last is that it also results into fruitless and wasteful expenditure, specifically if we're parking a project over a period because of budget constraints and other mechanisms. Our capital expenditure is not matched with the operational expenditure, where you find that we've completed a clinic, but it's not operational because we don't have sufficient OPEX in order to ensure that that clinic is running to its peak. So those are some of the synergies that we have to bring, deal with it in our case business plans with sector departments like health, education, and others. High infrastructure project costs and overruns, and I believe that IDMS and the process with IDMS is to assist us with some of these mechanisms that we could change. Unpaid traffic fines and motor vehicle licenses. We do have systems, but I also believe that our ICT processes could also affect a more prudent and shorter term result in achieving our revenue there. Outstanding hospital patient fees, debtors processes, making sure that we have collections in place. Those are some of the mechanisms that we can work better and smarter about. We've got some suspended officials over 60 days. I spoke about that. We also find that in the private sector, such as Sasol, Harmony Mines, their head offices are in other provinces like Gauteng, but they don't pay rates within the municipality that the other offices reside in, and that also attests to some of the leakages that we have. Tariff settings in municipalities are not well structured and they are not consolidated. So you'll find that in various municipalities, consensus around the tariff settings are not necessarily aligned, and I think we're working on that as a team in the province. And I believe that we are wasting quite a bit on ICT. We should be on a cloud-based system. We should have some sort of shared services. For example, Microsoft licenses, we're paying per department, but if we were on a shared system, you pay one license with user fees, and that could result in assisting us in generating or utilizing some of that other funding towards other initiatives within the same environment. So these are just some of the significant numbers that we had a look at as we broke down that slide. So under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, cumulative 5.49 million to 62.57 million over the financial year. And then although there is a notable decline in irregular expenditure of 28.8%, it's still very big for the province at 2.60 million over the 1920 financial year and 1.85 million over 2021. There's still a lot of work to do, and I believe that we are focusing on this, and we're also trying to manage as we see our improvements in the audits and the management of SAM procedures and controls within our organization as a province. We're trying to assist in these challenges here. On the expenditure side, the litigation in INGO with social development and medical legal claims, you see that the medical legal claims are increasing year on year. INGO, we are trying to reduce with the interest, but they are still a risk for us. And I think that's something that we could consolidate because it affects the sectors, both social development and health across the board. These are contingent liabilities, and once again on medical legal claims. And then of course, like I've mentioned, the property leases are increasing year on year, and without having to put a set structure in place in renegotiating these leases, and also subsequently trying to create a session where government has got state-owned entities through public-private partnerships may support a reduction in some of the costs that we have on leases in public works. We've done the leakage cost analysis and various projects across the various departments, and we can look at total variation orders and escalations and overruns in those project management units. And these are some of the challenges that we are receiving, and we see that it is emanating from delayed completion on these projects and cost overruns, and of course it does affect service delivery at the end of the term. A loss of revenue, and that is in our traffic management, traffic infringement fines and unlicensed vehicles. A source other source of leakages is outstanding debt to government departments, and also I think at a municipal level as well, which we need to deal with. The one example we utilized here is hospital fees. We support individuals or communities from Lesotho, and we've got a relationship between the Lesotho government to ensure partial payments come over to the province in terms of that revenue for the work that we are doing for patients from Lesotho. And of course, we are on borders of other provinces. I think there's some work that we could do in that regard as well. On the Maluti Perform SEZ, although we've calculated and allocated certain amount of funds towards COE goods and services, we still find that the value for money and return on investment is low, whilst a special economic zone should be generating its own income through the land, through incentives, through its portfolio of proposed investors coming in. And I find that the term in which we currently have this SEZ, it's not generating sufficient income for us as we anticipated, and we place targets in that regard. The suspension of employees, I think from a labor perspective, we've got to deal with it. We're looking at 2.79 million spent on five suspended officials over the prescribed 60-day period over a term. Non-strategic government properties, also electricity, utilities, maintenance, road accident fund. Those were all some of the examples that we've placed in value and budget. But outside of the implications, I think what we should talk about is, which I've raised, is largely, and this is the last slide, is some of the remedial actions that we're looking at as a province, and we're hoping to solicit national and local government support. I should be done in a minute, Chair. So we spoke about the irregular expenditure and how that has improved our accumulated irregular expenditure in the past 3 years. We initiated a task team that deals with revenue enhancement strategies, and we talked to each department that are revenue enhancement departments, where we would support financial inputs towards changing some, if it's either a system or a process or controls, we allow that to happen. And of course, we look at a pilot process working up into a longer term process. We've appointed a task team that deals with the assets and land parcels, IDMS processes and guidelines. We've blacklisted service providers for non-performance on certain projects. And we also have a national task team for medical claims and the INJO matter as well. So Chair, on the way forward, as the province, we are indeed, we remain committed to implement fiscal consolidation, but largely I think this process needs to talk about restructuring the way we think about government and driving an economy that is moving so that we could generate revenue in provinces and allow for that to come back into the fiscus so that we could see better budgets for provinces, specifically like ours as a rural province, and then of course service delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MEC, I think you were the second MEC to present. I haven't stopped you, but I want us to focus, and I think 10 minutes is enough. Both of you have used about 2.5 minutes more, so that seemed to be the norm, and we will keep with that norm. I don't know whether the MEC for Gauteng is already on the platform. If
Madam
not,
Chair, if I she'll join later, can we take the next MEC? She has just finished within the sitting in the House in Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dango. I hope the MEC will respect us in future to let us know through the Chief Food's office. But as the work they accept that, we will continue, and I will now call on the Honorable Ms. Peggy Konyeni from KZN to continue with the presentation. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to all MECs and greetings to all members of the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, of course, I'm still a new kid on the block.
Welcome and congratulations with your appointment.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. KwaZulu-Natal has seen constant budget cuts implemented against the provincial budget over the past few years, Honorable Chairperson. And the largest fiscal shock in this regard was in 2013-2014 financial year, when the census data was used to update the provincial equitable share formula, which saw a large amount of funding shifted away from the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The second largest shock was through the fiscal consolidation budget cuts implemented by the National Treasury with the 2021-2022 MTF, a period showing some of the highest cuts the province had ever experienced. This has meant that the province has had to find innovative ways to ensure that each rand goes an extra mile. And in this regard, KwaZulu-Natal introduced cost-cutting measures in the province as early as 2009-2010, with National Treasury following in 2017-2018. However, in some instances, the provincial cost-cutting measures were stricter than these, and the stricter measures were then kept intact. Provincial Treasury was mandated by the Provincial Executive Council to oversee the implementation of the cost-cutting measures. And as a result, all events and international trips had to be submitted to the Provincial Treasury, who reviewed all costs involved. This practice has resulted in event costs in the province being reduced significantly, and any savings can then be redirected towards service delivery spending areas. And KwaZulu-Natal provincial government has established the Provincial Internal Audit Services as a shared services internal audit unit for all provincial departments, which plays a key role in identifying internal control weaknesses and providing control improvements to key business processes, and also assisting with various risk assessments. And this unit, over the years, conducted audits and/or consulting services in the following areas that are considered as a contributor to fiscal leakages. The first one is that of the staff debt at the Department of Education. The second one being the leave management in the Department of Education. Again, the medical legal claims at the Department of Health. And this is from a risk management perspective, but has been covered in earlier presentations. The next one will be the transfer payments, including a performance audit at the Department of Etia and Social Development. And we also dealing with ethical behavior and ethical risks regarding the ethics, fraud and corruption risk assessment done, conducted in various departments in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And in line with government's drive for an ethical and capable state, ethics, fraud and corruption risk assessments were conducted with the various key risks being identified and will be addressed through appropriate mitigating interventions. And on the 18th of April, 2022, following the severe weather events and the subsequent damage caused in various provinces, a national disaster was declared, as we all know. And to enhance the transparency of procurement and expenditure, the Provincial Executive Council resolved that a provincial treasury must endeavor to provide effective support to organs of state to mitigate against procurement risks. In this regard, all procurement of goods, services, and infrastructure with a value in excess of 1 million rands, including all applicable taxes, shall be vetted by the Provincial Treasury prior to the award being made by the departments or by the public entities. And the objective of the assessment is to detect non-compliance before the contract is concluded, thus preventing irregular expenditure, and also provide guidance and assistance where necessary in order to enhance compliance with supply chain management prescripts. Irregular expenditure is a significant area of concern, and whilst the condonement is undertaken by the Provincial Treasury, our focus is to proactively address the underlying causes in terms of contract management, capacitating supply chain management units through various training programs, and also providing resources as well as enforcing consequence management for employees who deliberately fail to conform with the required prescripts. The Provincial SM team also monitors the upload of employee information onto the central supplier database by municipalities and public entities in order to reduce irregular expenditure resulting from awards to employees of the state. Regarding the medical legal costs, we are indicating, Honorable Chairperson, that this is a major fiscal leakage for the province of KwaZulu-Natal with a current balance of 26 billion rands. And in an attempt to reduce the budget pressure in this regard, the department has put together a comprehensive plan to synergize various units within the department to address these costs through the development of 7 centers of excellence at the Queen Nandi Hospital, that is our new hospital, supported by the Ngwelezane Hospital, Gray's Hospital, supported by the PMB Assessment and Therapy Center, King Edward VIII Hospital, supported by the KZN Children's Hospital and the Phoenix Assessment and Therapy Center. The intention is to use these centers of excellence to treat patients who have had medical legal claims for the duration of their ailment or lives, so as to negate the necessity for the state to pay out large sums of money. And the first test case is anticipated in October 2022. If successful, then precedent is set for future cases to be referred to the centers of excellence, thus reducing lump sum payout costs. And we are monitoring the impact of these interventions as it is still early days. Turning now to municipalities, Honorable Chairperson, we wish to indicate that the challenges facing KwaZulu-Natal municipalities are multifaceted and have been well articulated by the Minister of Finance. And KwaZulu-Natal is largely a rural province with a large number of indigents, resulting in many municipalities relying completely on the equitable share and conditional grants received from the national fiscus. The political dynamics of the province further perpetuates the governance challenges highlighted in the minister's address, and the Provincial Treasury, in line with its mandate, undertakes a detailed assessment of the financial management dynamics of each municipality in determining the appropriate support to be provided in each financial year. And given the capacity constraints, the department has to focus its resources where the need is greatest and the impact is significant, and the commitment of the municipal leadership is in place in order to ensure a sustainable intervention. Honorable Chairperson, I don't know how much time do I still have, but let me continue by indicating that if regarding budgets, effective financial management can help municipalities to transform their local areas into a better place to live and work by ensuring effective service delivery through the allocation of adequate resources, and proper budgeting is essential for effective financial management. However, most municipalities still struggle in this area. And one of the key elements of the budget process is ensuring that the budget is appropriately funded. And Section 18 of the MFMA requires that the budget can only be funded by realistically anticipated revenue to be collected and cash-backed accumulated funds from previous years that are not committed for other purposes. And despite this, municipalities still table and approve unfunded budgets. Simply put, municipalities persist on budgeting for operating and capital expenditure in excess of realistically anticipated revenue to be collected and existing cash reserves that are not committed for other purposes. It is for this reason that the Provincial Treasury in KZN provides extensive support to municipalities with regards to budgeting. And KZN Provincial Treasury issues a number of circulars to assist municipalities with the preparation of their budgets and to supplement the National Treasury budget circulars. And these circulars are essential as they highlight areas of weaknesses and common areas noted by both the national and provincial treasuries in previous budget assessments, with the intention for municipalities to address the weaknesses and areas where applicable. And the circulars also afford municipalities the opportunity to benchmark themselves against other municipalities in the province. We are providing an extensive support to municipalities, Honorable Chairperson. With regards to reporting, the implementation of budgets by municipalities is thereafter monitored through the in-year monitoring process and the mid-year budget and performance assessment process. In this regard, the Provincial Treasury undertakes a detailed assessment of the MFMA Section 71(1) submitted by municipalities. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. There are other... Thank you.
Bongwe, Picos. Bongwe, KZN.
You've got 1 minute. You've got 1 minute if there is something that you want to conclude on. For other provinces, not only for your own. It's when there is still a minute left, then I start be reporting. We are, and others, I think we are quite, you are quite on track with regards to what the topic really is. Honorable Sekwati of Limpopo, we will now allow you to do your presentation. Remember, when the video open, you still have 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me start off by introduction as a way of bringing our issues in the House. The provincial allocation of budget is leaked out of the main flow, reducing the monetary available in the rest of the provincial economy. This mostly happens when the allocations to provincial departments do not only create limited impact to the targeted beneficiaries. In practice, the fiscal leakages occur in the form when sums of money allocated to provincial departments does not achieve the intended benefits or does not translate to the actual or desired outputs. Fiscal leakages in this case lowers the ability of the province to deliver basic services to communities. And this is one of the common problem in the provincial government, as the fiscal leakages involve financial mismanagement, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, and low revenue collection. This normally leads to the provincial budget not creating sustainable benefits to the provincial citizens, as well as creating limited impact to the provincial economy in terms of economic development and economic growth. The economic value of goods and services are also lost due to fiscal leakages. The number of fiscal leakages in the provincial structures will not allow the economy of the province to grow as desired and the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and helped the province to identify many gaps and inadequacies in the provincial and local government fiscal framework relating to expenditure, municipal revenue pressures, and connection between consumers paying municipalities and municipal ability to pay creditors. In terms of the fiscal leakages impact on the budget, one of the areas that we are actually experiencing this impact in terms of fiscal leakages, as already stated by various provinces, which is the medical legal claims, which reduces the allocations that are meant for service delivery in the Department of Health. The issue of illegal immigrants also strains the limited health sector budget meant for local citizens. I know that it's one area that it's actually in a public discourse, but as a province, it is very clear that we are highly impacted by the spending on illegal immigrants, but also in terms of us getting our own citizens paying for the hospital bills. Issues of office accommodation where government buildings are actually are unoccupied, but also we still continue to have a security being allocated to such offices and guarding them. Unplanned and unfunded activities which would relate to several areas where we are expected to start spending allocations which we had not yet planned for those, particularly in terms of areas where communities would, for instance, occupy land and start demanding services and so on, which remains unplanned but also unfunded for. Lack of infrastructure maintenance resulting in unnecessary, major spending in terms of allocations. I think one of the MECs has already alluded to it, that particularly in most municipalities where you find that the infrastructure remains unserviced or maintained, and when you then come into trying to deal with that particular challenge, you find that instead of closing potholes, you have to restart the entire, road upgrading. So you need to find a way of actually reducing such spending through maintenance of such infrastructure. Unethical officials resulting in purchase of irrelevant and expensive items, high cost to deliver services in rural areas, material or items which are manufactured in far away areas like your urban centers and transported to the rural areas, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which also contributes to such fiscal leakages, incomplete projects where you had already spent resources and yet you are not able to accrue value in terms of such expenditure in those areas, and therefore it becomes wasteful. The social unrest that leads to damage to property, which need to be reconstructed from the fees or from the fiscus, which I think is one of the areas that we really need to look at and take drastic measures in terms of not only reducing this kind of unrest, but also make sure that our citizens become more responsible in terms of their protests and so on. Medicines that are expiring at the distribution centers and the high transport costs for distribution to hospital facilities due to distances traveled in the rural areas, and high cost of compensation of employees where departments are still implementing old organizational structures which we are at the moment trying to make progress in terms of reviewing those organizational structures so that we are able to really find value in terms of these organizational structures. Natural disasters continue to contribute towards fiscal leakages. I'm not going to spend much time on that. We had seen with what happened in KZN, but also our previous experience. Now, the fiscal leakages that are taking place in municipalities, most of our municipalities are battling with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures. And as a treasury, we have assisted the municipalities to develop UIFW reduction strategy and monitoring progress on monthly basis. But also we are looking at the IGR structures to strengthen compliance and consequence management, which we believe is very critical in order to reduce this unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditures. There is still a reliance on consultants, and this is work that is supposed to be done by municipal officials in, for example, preparation of annual financial statements. And municipalities have been supported to develop and implement consultant fees reduction strategies. And we believe that there is a need, perhaps for us to, through National Treasury, to ensure that there are certain key areas where it's forbidden to make use of consultants, i.e. for VAT recons and AFS preparations, because it's something that we believe it's something that could be done throughout the year, and therefore there is no need for consultants to come at the end of, towards the tail end of the process and start charging enormous amounts for such work done. Unfunded budgets are also causing financial leakages, and funds are directed to non-core functions due to unrealistic budgeting, which is a concern in the province since it's happening in a number of municipalities. However, as a province, ourselves as a provincial treasury and local government working together, we are trying to ensure that we assist municipalities to rectify their budget positions. And also we are using the IGR structures to assist with enforcement to ensure that all their budgets are actually funded budgets. Non-compliance to legislation and regulations, setting example of investment in the VBS, improper appointments and non-implementation of supply chain management policies, which results in a huge loss of municipal funds. And again, in this case, as a way of trying to mitigate this challenge, we are trying to work with municipalities to effect consequence management to ensure that these leakages are actually corrected. The infights within administration between officials and politicians resulting in poor spending of allocations, particularly the grants. And we are trying to therefore escalate these issues to intergovernmental structures so that we are able to reduce the infighting and ensure that the municipalities are able to spend properly within time frames in terms of their plans. Municipalities also lose a lot of money to undeserving indigent customers, mainly because they are not linked to Home Affairs to verify existence and SARS systems for confirmation. Access, we believe that access by municipalities to this information will assist allocation to free services to deserving population, but also verifying indigent registers should be able to assist us in terms of dealing with the challenge. Poor spending on conditional grants compels municipalities to apply for rollovers, which results in increased expenditure for same projects, which we believe that we can only mitigate it by improving on planning for infrastructure projects, particularly in terms of forward planning. Illegal connections to the service delivery infrastructure causes financial strain in the system, which would relate to electricity, but also to water illegal connections, because then we are not able to ultimately recoup or recover the revenue that is expected to be made out of the utilization of those services. Now, fiscal fiscal leakages in terms of revenue, both local and national. The illegal mining that is taking place in the province, we believe that it contributes negatively to the revenue losses in terms of taxes, job creation, and incorrect calculation of sector contribution to GDPs, because it's actually growing in limbs. Illegal gambling also reduces collection of revenue by Limpopo Gambling Board. Illegal liquor outlets also reduces collection of revenue and under collection of taxes by SARS. Non-collection of revenue at buoy bridges and after hours and during weekends. Payment of parking bays, particularly in various districts, which is one of the areas where we are looking at a new revenue avenues. Unoccupied government illegal for state facilities. Delays in leads to losses of revenue because we are not able to collect in terms of our planning. Unlicensed motor vehicles and unpaid traffic fines. Lack of revenue information management systems contributing to inefficiencies in collection of revenue. Lack of maintenance of rented properties, which prohibits government to charge market-related prices. New payment requirements introduced by RAF negatively affects our collection of patient fees due to the Department of Health. Reduced numbers of tourists in a resort due to infrastructure and maintained in facilities. And as a way of concluding, would like to say that there's a lot of misalignment in terms of provincial planning amongst the different spheres of government and lack of intergovernmental coordination due to poor consultation with various stakeholders. Public resources are not allocated according to rules underlying government allocations and the government budget decisions, which obviously with the equity expenditures and efficiency implications. Non-availability of factories in the province has a huge impact of fiscal leakages, as the province relies heavily on local imports. The province is continuing on the fiscal consolidation path through capping, reducing and COE. Just a few points.
The time is long.
The provincial budget continues to stimulate economic recovery through strengthening confidence in the economy and attracting private sector investments, and will improve the efficiency and expense, will all play a pivotal role in strengthening revenue mobility. the province still needs to gear up in terms of implementation of strategies to cap these leakages so that the intended benefit to communities are achieved. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We've allowed you. So at least no one can say that we haven't given you the time to actually speak also on the remedies that you from Mpumalanga, Honorable Mkachwa, to continue with his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon.
Honorable Mkachwa.
Am I audible, Chair?
You are so audible. You may continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to present. On my presentation, Chair, I will look into 3 areas. First will be the enablers to fiscal leakages. Secondly, we'll look at their impact on the provincial departments. And lastly, on municipal finances. Well, first and foremost, in terms of the enablers to fiscal leakages, we have seen that future commitments on the budget, which do not consider the budget availability in the outer years, is one of them. But also your salary increases that are not in sync with the budget availability in the outer years and the revenue generation capacity of both the municipality and our Schedule 3C public entities. Also, the cost implications over the MTF that must be maintained from the provincial fiscus. The rising consumer inflation rates negatively affect service delivery, especially if the approved budget did not accommodate the challenge or were unknown when budget assumptions were formulated in the main appropriation. And this, for example, will refer to issues of the frequency of load shedding. And also your unplanned and unfunded activities or projects that might need to be accommodated in current and end of future budgets. All unwanted expenditure, such as your UIF&W, also the unethical behavior of officials, which leads to procurement and at inflated prices or commitments without budgets. Now, Chair, when you look at the leakages mainly in provincial departments, the first area is on your high accruals that are not cash backed. No, I'm on slide 6. Slide 6. Yes, your high accruals that are not cash backed, and they are first charged against the current year budget. Secondly, your increase in medical legal claims or your litigations and your contingent liabilities. Personnel policies that were implemented due to the scarce skills. Here you look at your commuted overtime, grade progression, sessional doctors, etc. But also you look into the issue of the excess teachers. Currently we are spending 89 million for over 294 excess teachers. The lack of a scientific way or formula of standardization of doing business in the different sectors. Now, and this, how it impacts on service delivery and or the economy. It's that it reduces the budget, the reduced budget that's impacting on service delivery programs, activities and the outputs, obviously, but also increasing the rates of unemployment, or also especially the increases on your wage bill. Some of the mitigating strategies in this regard will look into improving financial management within institutions, developing accruals monitoring systems. We are also looking into assisting to improve the record management systems, which will reduce institutions and personnel workloads, but also recommending reviewing of policies by relevant sectors. The leakages on infrastructure, we have looked into the increasing variation orders on infrastructure projects. One of the biggest problems that we have, poor contract management, poor planning of projects and implementation. Therefore, projects sometimes end up taking longer than normal to complete and end up even costing more than what they were originally going to cost. Misinterpreting of the BBBE guidelines that will lead to work stoppages, which will then lead to payments of standing time or escalations of prices. Here you will talk to your protest where communities demands 30% and all those things. Community unrest that leads to damage of property infrastructure. And in recent times, we've seen even clinics being burnt. And this does impact on service delivery and the economy because this reduces budget and does impacting on the programs and especially the output. We are looking into mitigating by improving contract management within infrastructure departments, but also improving monitoring and coordination. And the next slide, which is slide 8, looks into your unwanted expenditures. You will see in the table there, you are sitting with the department in terms of irregular expenditure. The Department of Health leading at 4 billion and your unauthorized, the Department of Education leading at 600 million. And your fruitless and wasteful, you also education is leading at 20 million. Now, if we look into local government, areas of leakages, which is like 10. First, we look at the organizational structures, which are not always consistent with the capacity requirements in the different categories of the municipalities, but also this further contributes to the increasing wage bills of municipalities. The municipalities' planning ability is often found also to be the root cause of failure to fully utilization of the capital budgets, which is mainly grant funding. The absence of infrastructure maintenance plans results to unplanned maintenance and emergencies, distribution efficiencies and tariff settings in local government, one area that also proves to contribute. The latest assessment conducted in local government indicated that municipalities are challenged with high distribution losses due to distribution inefficiencies and inability of cost-reflective tariffs setting for services. Also, your inadequate contract management and lack of clear terms of reference for contractors and consultants does sometimes lead to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which further impacts on service delivery. Now, slide 11, areas of the leakage, we continue with that. It's on the revenue side of local government revenue, which is often lost due to the incompleteness of the revenue baseline of municipalities. The latest information further indicates, Chair, that control deficiencies over prepaid vendors further contributes to the revenue losses. Slide 12 looks into the impacts. This contributes directly to the ever-increasing budget provisions for overtime and standby allowances. The bloated organizational structures do have a direct impact on budget provision for adequate maintenance and upgrading of infrastructure requirements. Less funds or budget available for service delivery activities, and the above directly contributes to the unfunded budgets and increase in unauthorized expenditure in municipalities. The interest on ESCOM areas account is one of the biggest contributors to the increased fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And some of the mitigating strategies to that, which is like 13, This support includes the review of the budgets, improvement of tariff settings, capacity building for SEM, contract management, and improvement on oversight ability of committees. We have had a number of engagements with our municipalities in this regard. Even through the MUNIMEC structures, we have been addressing these issues. Also, together with Cogta, Provincial Treasury, we are working hand in glove with the Development Bank of South Africa in improving the revenue management and planning abilities of the municipalities. But also, we are with Cogta working on improving the budget status of municipalities with unfunded budgets. We have since met with all municipalities when they were preparing their budgets, those who presented draft unfunded budgets, and they are all of them, they've developed their budget funding plans. But also we are looking into training them on contract management. Chair, I will not go into the next slide, which is now slide 14, which details your issues of UIF and W in municipalities for 2020-2021, which currently it's sitting over 13 billion, if I'm not mistaken. But we have also, Chair, which this slide will bring us to the end of the presentation, and would like the NCOP to note the presentation, and also notes that the Provincial Treasury encourages prudent spending, and this is what we expect from all provincial departments to avoid fiscal leakages and fiscal dumping. Disciplinary boards must be in place and functional, and we're also, it's not MPET, it should be MPEX, Chair, must be functional in the municipal space. Consequence management must be implemented in both the PFMA and MFMA spaces, especially in the light of the new framework on consequence management in the municipal space. Chair, I think I have saved you a lot of time. Thank you very much.
You really hope so, but thank you very much. At least you didn't take the extra 2 minutes. So we will now go back to Gauteng, and we will call on Honorable Nkomo Ralehoka to do her presentation. MEC Gauteng, if you are ready, it is your chance now.
Thank you, ma'am, and I want to apologize, Honorable Chair of the NCOP Deputy Chair. I'm just showing my face, but I will switch it off with your permission because of my connectivity, my bandwidth. I want to apologize to you because when you called me earlier on, we were still finalizing at the legislature. So hence I joined a bit late. My apology, I was not undermining you, ma'am. And I've asked the team.
Honorable Dangor already apologized on your behalf.
Thank you.
We accept your apology.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Let me greet you, Madam Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Let me greet the Chairperson of the NCOP, Tat Maswando. Let me greet the Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwana. Let me greet all the MECs that are present in this meeting. Let me greet all the members of the NCOP, all the representatives of SALGA too that are here today, all the ladies and gentlemen that are on call, and those that are in Parliament. Thank you so much for the opportunity that is given to us today to participate in this National Council of Provinces discussion on measures to mitigate against the cost and impact of fiscal leakages on the economy and the delivery of services to our communities. It is an important discussion that comes at a time when our country is grappling with many socio-economic challenges, including low economic growth, the rising cost of living, and stubbornly high rate of unemployment. As government, we have had to do much with less resources in the province. We prioritized and reprioritized budget and act decisively in our efforts to fight corruption to ensure that every rand is spent on delivery of better services to our people. Honorable members, the past years have seen an increasing focus on Gauteng provincial government to revisit the composition of our provincial budget. And we had to ensure that more goes towards investment and away from consumption expenditure without necessarily introducing austerity measures. And the current medium-term expenditure framework period is characterized by fiscal strategy to restrict growth in our expenditure and reduce public debt, while increasing capital expenditure to support long-term economic growth. As a country emerges from the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, with public finances that are still under pressure, and which is expected to continue to the short to medium term, it is incumbent upon all role players to realize greater efficiencies to ensure that there is more achieved with the current level of financial resources in the baseline. TPG has in recent years innovated a strategy on cost containment and value for money, and as well as formulated specific cost guidelines for infrastructure delivery. As a way of stemming leakages from the system, in 2015-16 financial year, Gauteng Provincial Treasury drafted this cost containment circular to all TPG departments, and it was based on similar National Treasury Instruction Note, outlining in detail the areas in which expenditure was to be curtailed and the necessary control measures to be instituted that would ensure that the expenditure incurred was necessary and it was appropriate and it paid on time and subsequently reported upon by the respective accounting officers. Furthermore, departments would be forced to stick to the spending plans and avert budget overruns from uncontrolled spending and failure to take responsibility for overcommitments. Under the category of general and administrative line items, cost containment measures were applied to administrative fees, advertising, catering, departmental activities, consultants, business and advisory services, including operating payments, which is travel and substance and venues and facilities. TPG wage bill currently constitutes 56% of the appropriated budget. While this compares relatively favorably compared to the 62% average of all 9 provinces, the reality is that the steady increase of the headcount and concomitant wage bill and its gradual crowd out of other components of the budget is of more concern than ever before. Stabilization of our wage bill, which is the single largest line item in the TPG budget, remains a priority. And given the binding resource constraint the province and the country faces, that's why we are prioritizing it. And rising personnel spending strains on the provincial budgets, one of those, especially in labor-intensive departments, and limit resources for complementary inputs that is needed for the delivery of quality services. Our areas of concern include the practice note employing individual additional to the existing establishment. Notwithstanding that this is the prerogative of accounting officers and dependent on the identification of resources to fill those posts. In practice, the filling of posts additional to the fixed establishment means utilizing funds from vacant posts. And when the vacant posts are filled, the establishment is de facto expanded, causing pressure on the overall budget. The infrastructure cost guideline aims to establish and prescribe a standardized cost approach for infrastructure procured by TPG to make it more affordable and hence value for money, thus ensuring effective, efficient to economical use of public funds related to infrastructure investment. The infrastructure cost guideline thus promotes good governance and prudent financial management. The implementation of the infrastructure cost guideline is also considered as a key building block towards the effectiveness of zero-based budgeting for infrastructure projects. Thus, it is an integral additional part of evidence-based budget reforms that is introduced by Gauteng Provincial Government in 2016-17 financial year. It is applicable to all the Gauteng Provincial Government departments, trading entities, public entities, and Gauteng Provincial Government is listed in Schedule 3 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, Act 1, Number 1 of 1999, as amended and implemented and implementing agencies appointed by Gauteng Provincial Government. It includes the procurement of movable assets and the delivery of all infrastructure projects, irrespective of the source of funding across all categories of infrastructure investments. The infrastructure cost guideline includes the following: purchase of immovable assets of not owned government cars, purchase immovable assets government owned, leasing of immovable assets not owned by government, leasing of immovable assets that are owned by government, implementing agent, client, department, professional service providers, and contractors. In each section, an indication is provided of the principles that shall underpin the approach, which the key cost drivers are to be managed and controlled. Careful consideration has been given to the huge challenges that TPG has encountered when infrastructure projects proceeded prior to the township establishment being proclaimed, before obtaining the required statutory approvals or on-site handover period to readiness to proceed the construction, of all which culminate in excessive delays and associated cost increases. A cornerstone of the infrastructure cost guideline is that all procurement shall take place through competitive bidding. In addition, that only services that are essential to each infrastructure project are procured and paid for, and that payment is always linked to the validation and verification of the services rendered to the Gauteng Provincial Government. Professional service providers are divided into different categories. Fees are structured based on the deliverables, and the prescribed hourly rates of professional counsel shall not be followed, as the rates shall be based on competitive bidding. In the case of contractors, the cost shall be based on either sector-specific cost guidelines that have been issued and are deemed appropriate, or following methodology based on a rate per square meter or unit. Examples of the application of this methodology are included across typical infrastructure projects in the whole province. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC of Gauteng. We will continue with the program, and we will now call on the Honorable Motlhale Polekgosho from Northwest to do her presentation.
No, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair of the NCOP, and let me also greet the Chair of the NCOP, permanent delegates, as well as special delegates, all honorable members, and my colleagues from Budget Council. Madam Deputy Chair, financial leakages translates into lost money, and that could have been utilized to support the public with additional services, and which also erodes all our efforts as a provincial government to achieve better economic and social well-being in the Northwest Provincial and changing lives of our people as Northwest Provincial Government. And Madam Deputy Chair, in the grand scheme of things, fiscal leakages include, amongst others, funding of non-core personnel, non-collection or under-collection of government revenue, supply chain management processes, and poor planning and implementation of infrastructure projects. And in that instance, for example, as and when we have to comply with supply chain regulation, the award of tenders to suppliers who are not competent to deliver such services is part of the leakages that we have observed as provincial government, especially as provincial treasury, and issues of variation orders where it increases the scope and the price given. Also, it's part of the areas of concern in terms of looking at the scope of work that was originally they were appointed for, and therefore we are doing continuous assessment in terms of that, and also providing support to various departments to ensure that they comply. Madam Deputy Chair, the Northwest Provincial Government continually strives to mitigate against risk of fiscal leakages that always emerge during allocation and implementation of provincial financial management policies. In all probabilities, most of the leakages can be minimized through timely intervention and effective implementation of of risk management policies, which is an area that we are also looking at our level. As part of the Northwest fiscal leakages mitigating strategy, the Provincial Treasury Management component constantly provides oversight over departments to ensure that they can address departmental fiscal risks that I already mentioned in the earlier statement. When considering revenue generation, it is worth noting that although the province can generate income from investment, it remains important to indicate that not all the provincial departments were able to meet their revenue targets, thereby reducing the available cash for investment and interest generation. It is also important to indicate that the underspending during the period of COVID-19 outbreak has created unexpected increase in cash balances that were invested to mitigate against the lost opportunity of investing money generated from economic activities, especially from the tourism industry. The delays in collecting outstanding debts by departments and municipalities remains a challenge in the province. This challenge is further exacerbated through the fiscal leakage problem in our society, as it affects, as in effect, it leads to less availability of resources meant to be utilized in provision of service delivery to our communities. And this further causes an erosion of the trust communities have on government, as it appears to our communities as an inability or a slow response by government or municipalities in provision of much needed basic services to our communities. For example, honorable members, through you, Madam Deputy Chair, that in the northwest of the 43 municipalities that are in financial distress, 12 of them are in the northwest. But as a provincial treasury, we have started a process to provide that support to our municipalities through the implementation of a financial recovery plan that we've introduced the process, and already there is teams that we've deployed in different municipalities to start to do such assessment so that we start to mitigate the challenges of fiscal leakages in the various municipalities. Another area of fiscal leakage that we have identified is within our tendering and demand acquisition process, where more focus needs to be applied. There are normally irregularities in relation to the pricing given by prospective bidders, like I've indicated, and also the bidders through quotations that have been sourced during tender processes also leads to inefficiencies in that respect, on spending on more on goods and services, and on what is a real value in terms of if you have to make that assessment. We constantly try to mitigate against this by gathering, organizing, and synthesizing prices and cost-related data, with the hope that this will contribute to limit wasteful, fruitless, and exorbitant expenditures. The delay in the completion of projects also results in increased cost due to project cost overruns, security and loss of guarantees and warranties on key equipment, and possible vandalism of such projects. Advance payments, Madam Chair, of funds of implementing agents for implementing of projects without due monitoring on utilization of such funds and accountability, as well as disclosure of interest, and also leads to fiscal leakages. In other instances, payments of interest due to delayed payments to service providers without due enforcement of policy of payment within 30 days is also experienced where substandard project management techniques are implemented. Hence, also as Provincial Treasury, we have launched a 30 days campaign program where we monitor departments, provincial departments, and to ensure that all our service providers are paid within 30 days. And such report is being taken through EXCO and tabled to the legislature every quarter. Noting that there are still challenges in that respect, and also especially at the municipal space. So we are also working through SALGA to make sure that we start to partner with SALGA and Cogta to start to ensure that also municipalities at that level start to pay their service providers or their creditors within 30 days. Another area of leakage appears in the inability of provincial departments to participate on sourcing of alternating funding mechanisms. For example, models like budget facility for infrastructure, the appointment of consultants that develop projects against the appointment of consultants that develop project designs that might never be used, as well as the absence of appetite to use standard designs where applicable, also leads to huge leakage in the system. The inadequate application of cost norms and standards, whereby your cost per kilometer for a road is also considered to ensure value for money. Delivery also leads to further leakages from the fiscus. Another area that leads to leakages is in the escalation and extension of leases, inclusive of mismanagement of leases by government departments and public entities. There is also evidence of laxity contract management and lack of enforcement of contract conditions, which further causes unnecessary cost escalation in terms of how we manage our contracts and how we ensure that there are punitive measures where there is non-compliance. Madam Deputy Chairperson, the Provincial Treasury uses over-collection by other departments to assist under-collecting departments to close the financial year with positive bank balances. So we have that system and process that we use to do that balancing act in making sure that the department that has not managed to collect revenue in terms of their targets. So as we close the financial year, there must be a positive bank balance. The Provincial Treasury continuously implores on all provincial departments and public entities to improve on the collection of outstanding debt. Provincial departments that report revenue under collection are expected to refund the shortfall to the Provincial Revenue Fund. And there is a continuous interaction with such a department in responding to those challenges. Accounting officers are also held accountable for not revising their expenditure targets in line with actual and realistic revenue projections, as this also contributes to the fiscal leakage. As Provincial Treasury continue to engage and remind all accounting officers to continuously improve and strengthen the processes of collecting outstanding debt and enforcing the policies and applicable legislation, your PFMA, your Treasury regulation, as and when they are amended, and also the instruction notes for municipalities. Madam Speaker, I need to indicate that where as a province where we are, we continue to reiterate the fact that the increasing budget allocation will not necessarily solve government fiscal resources challenges. We constantly need to be mindful of the fact that better financial management through accountability and transparency is the only answer that will bring about a permanent arrest to this ever-ballooning leakages in our system, insofar as fiscal leakages are concerned. And we need to remind our accounting officers at all material times of their responsibilities linked to the prudent, effective, and efficient use of the public funds that they have been afforded with the responsibility to administer, and also hold them accountable, because part of the challenges or the concerns that have been raised by the portfolio committees is the role of Provincial Treasury in making sure that all the departments are able to follow through their mitigating strategies, especially on quarterly basis, as and when they table their expenditure reports. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, we need to ensure that we consistently strive to ensure that we keep moving forward and explore and implement all possible measures to lessen or even rid ourselves to this ill of constantly ballooning fiscal leakages, and ensure that we see better value for money in the way in which we expend the limited resources at our disposal in changing the lives of our communities. I thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
MEC Khojo. We will continue with our presentations, and we are left with about 2. Northern Cape, there's got a stand-in MEC, but unfortunately have not been empowered to be able to present on this platform. So we will continue, and we will call on Western Cape, Honorable Wenger. He will be the next one to do the Honorable Wenger.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Very audible, thank you.
Super, thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister, MECs and Honourable Members. It's a pleasure to join you this afternoon to report back on the Western Cape's progress in mitigating against fiscal leakages so that we ensure that every cent of public money is spent delivering services to the people. To do so, we really need to ensure value for money when spending so that we get bang for every buck and every rand. The Western Cape government's fiscal strategy targets this value for money by using 4 key principles to inform, shape, and to manage resources in the provincial budget process to fulfill our responsibilities. These principles include protecting basic service outcomes, unlocking allocative efficiency, enhancing productive efficiency, and finally, enabling long-run fiscal sustainability. To protect basic services outcomes, the Western Cape budget prioritizes the delivery of core basic social services in healthcare, basic education, community development, integrated human settlements, and social development, because we place people first and strive to be a government of trust. To unlock allocative efficiency, we are committed to spending public monies on the right mix of goods and services in line with government's priorities, while being responsive to changes in the local economy and service delivery environment, while taking into account immediate as well as impending risks. This calls for dexterity in budget repositioning as we assess the trade-offs between spending votes and programs to maximize the outcomes and impact of public spend, particularly in the context of an extremely tight and constrained fiscal environment that we all find ourselves in. In other words, our budget choices need to ensure we are positioned to achieve our growth and development objectives. We have renewed our focus on enhancing productive efficiency to allow us to maintain or expand service delivery within a narrowing fiscal envelope, aiming to deliver public goods and services at the lowest cost rather than purely engaging in cost containment. To this end, we are examining how to reduce any duplication of functions and activities across government through improved coordination and functional reassignment. We aim to use innovative and alternative methods to deliver services, including deepening partnerships with non-governmental agencies. We are also exploring new service delivery models that lower baseline costs, enhance impacts, or which introduce innovative service delivery solutions. In particular, we are using various engagement forums to actively translate departmental plans to align them with the provincial budget, specifically to address the medium and long-term priorities and risks. Honourable Deputy Chair, to ensure long-run fiscal sustainability, we need to proactively manage risks to protect the Western Cape's long-term fiscal sustainability. We do this by adhering to the National Fiscal Consolidation Imperative, responding to key risks with proactive or preemptive mitigation measures, by applying a sustainable compensation of employees management strategy, and advancing opportunities to generate additional revenues, including reviewing existing charges and exploring new revenue sources. On intervention on this front is the Fiscal Transition Support Facility, the FTSF, which was established to address spending pressures through proactive restructuring measures. The facility provides fiscal support for the once-off upfront costs of investment in new service delivery approaches and technologies that will achieve long-term savings and improved outcomes over time. Examples of items that have been funded from this facility include home-based care, telehealth, and delivery of services online. We are particularly keen that the FTSF supports service delivery innovations using recent technological advances to improve the capability of the public sector to do the right things differently. That is, to deliver services more efficiently, at a lower cost, and towards greater developmental impact. The Western Cape Provincial Treasury will continue working with provincial departments to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of selected programs, such as roads infrastructure, youth and skills development, realizing value for money in these critical growth and development areas. Turning to the municipal sphere now, we recognize that every system is perfectly structured to get the results that it gets. The Western Cape has relatively few municipalities in financial distress. We work closely with those that are, including by intervening timeously when necessary. The work we do in struggling municipalities helps us to better understand how flaws in our local government system have allowed for fiscal leakages. Fiscal leakages through abuses of procurement system at the local level are well understood and have been extensively discussed. I'm also very concerned about leakages that occur through the appointment of unqualified people to posts that are often unnecessary or overpaid. Municipal services require good municipal staff to deliver them. And I want to be clear that those hardworking officials delivering services need to be paid fairly. However, in instances where municipalities run into financial difficulties, we often find that a significant number of appointments have been made without being budgeted for, and often those new appointments do not make a meaningful contribution to expanding or improving the services of that municipality. In instances like this, we do need mechanisms that make it much easier to reduce staff costs. It cannot be right that local residents have to pay higher rates and service charges to sustain the salaries of people that are not needed. Our system makes it very easy to incur additional costs, but very difficult to reduce them. The amendments to the Municipal Systems Act signed into law this month have some helpful provisions to discourage this practice. But we also need mechanisms to address the existing bloated structures in municipalities across the country. We are very proud that more than half of all the clean audits in municipalities of the country are located in the Western Cape. We also see how this improved compliance with financial reporting requirements drives much lower levels of irregular expenditure. However, we still have work to do to reduce this further. One of our biggest challenges now is to translate our foundation of good governance into an acceleration of growth in the local economies. A clean audit in and of itself does not mean that everything is perfect, but a municipality that does not have its house in order will find it nearly impossible to deliver services well. To this end, the Provincial Treasury provides extensive support to municipalities to enable them to manage their own finances effectively and deliver on their mandates of service delivery. Where a municipality encounters a financial crisis, the province intervenes in terms of Section 139(5) of the Constitution, as was done in Beaufort West Municipality in June of last year. Grant support is provided to selected municipalities for targeted revenue enhancement projects and socioeconomic intelligence via the Provincial and Municipal Economic Review and Outlooks, the PEROs and MEROs. Publications, as well as socioeconomic profiles, which assist municipalities with strategic planning and budgeting. The province also has implemented an asset management project piloted in the Overberg district and selected municipalities within the Winelands district municipality to develop appropriate governance structures and systems that enable municipalities to implement robust asset management strategies. The Western Cape Provincial Treasury has implemented the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank at the municipal level. This is a cloud-based solution that gives all municipalities access to all suppliers bidding, documentation and supplements integrated with the National Treasury Central Supplier Database. From a financial governance perspective, Provincial Treasury ensures ongoing support, guidance, and monitoring of the functionality of municipal oversight structures, such as the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and together with SALGA and the Department of Local Government, provides council induction training on public expenditure management. In conclusion, Deputy Chair and colleagues, the Western Cape Provincial Treasury has numerous strategies in place to mitigate fiscal leakages. While not perfect, we have certainly made strides to ensure value for money for residents and are deeply committed to continuously learning from and improving on these strategies. Through these interventions, we aim to maintain and to continuously improve on the Western Cape's strong municipal audit performance for the benefit of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Winger. We will continue and we will now call Salga, the Councillor Khale is a Salga representative to do a presentation on this specific topic. Over to you, Honorable. Honorable Councillor Khale. Can we have any indication whether the Honorable Councillor is present?
He's present, Honorable Chair, except that he lost his sound. I see Honorable Letsatsi is intervening. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Well, Zama, if I didn't hear what is the issue.
Honorable
What is wrong
lost his sound, Deputy Chair. Honorable Tsatsi is intervening.
Okay, so presentation, what is happening? What is happening, Mr. Mbulani?
Deputy Chairperson, Councillor Dikhale lost his sound. I see Councillor Letsatsi is intervening, Deputy Chairperson.
So, Councillor Letsatsi.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm not a councillor. I'm the Chief Officer for Municipal Finance. So Councillor Dikhale is not on the line, but he was due to join. So we can just check on him very quickly, Honorable Chair, if you allow for that. I'm from Salga.
A minute or two, then yes, you've got a minute or two, then you can indicate, we can just hear from Chief Whip what to do in this instance. So we will give you and come back to us, please.
Chair, I also see Honorable MEC for Slow had his hand up.
Did MEC firstly join us? If you have joined us and you've got a presentation, let him continue whilst we are waiting for Honorable Dikhale. Honorable Foslo, if you have your presentation, you may continue.
Thank you.
Otherwise,
thank you. Can I continue, Chairperson?
You may.
Deputy Chair?
Yes.
Honorable.
You may continue.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Sylvia Lucas, Minister of Cogta, Honorable Dr. Zuma, Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Masondo, all MECs of Finance and Cogta from the different provinces present on the platform, all honorable members, as well as all officials on this platform. I think in the main, all our issues have been raised. The fiscal issues has been covered in terms of the colleagues that presented earlier on. However, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize a few that is important. In terms of the PFMA, we encountered leakages in terms of the medical legal claims in the province, and it stands at about 2 billion rand. Obviously, as a province, we have seen this as a serious challenge, and we've applied serious measures to address those. Key amongst those was the issue of introducing a proper document management system, which include, amongst others, the digitalization of the file management system not only in health, but in other departments as well. We are in that process of ensuring that we digitalize our management, document management system. As a province, we agree also that the amendment bill will assist in reducing leakages under the medical legal claims, because this matter was also ventilated in the recent budget council that we had in Cape Town. Secondly, Deputy Chair and members, the provincial irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure of the province, the 4 top contributors in terms of sector departments, we are currently doing investigations on this cumulative balance that we are encountering. Our approach as the province is to focus on the top 4 contributors, where we have commenced with the process of performing investigations on the cumulative irregular expenditure balance. And after that process, we'll then be in a position to apply the necessary measures. Stemming from this process, consequent management may then follow. Also, the necessary condonement processes will then also follow thereafter. Thirdly, Deputy Chair and members on the platform, in terms of the health support initiatives, the Provincial Treasury and the Health Department have agreed on setting specific focus areas for the Department of Health, which include, amongst other things, data cleansing on the financial systems, for instance, your LOGA system. Also, the preliminary work on these projects have resulted in the identification of 1.2 billion rand LOGAS orders in the system as far back as 2017. And let me just correct that, it's 12 billion, just point the bullet there. We are trying to clean up transactions that are reflecting as commitments, which in actual fact are orders that should have been cancelled in the first place. So that process is well underway, and we are doing headway in that regard. Provincial accruals is a topical issue that we are looking into, as we are sensitive to its impact on the future budgets. And then also the province is busy with the Department of Public Works remodeling and the establishment of the Northern Cape Construction Company. And we've already launched the construction company. In terms of the MFMA, in as far as municipalities are concerned, together with Cogta, as well as the Office of the Auditor General in the province, we are capacitating officials on asset management, on supply chain management, on contract management, on budget management. And we are doing this to mitigate the leakages as well. We had meetings obviously with the University Vice Chancellor and his team to make sure that in terms of capacitating officials at the municipal level, we're doing it on a continuous basis and over a longer period of time to make sure that through this process, they will also be able to acquire the necessary qualifications in areas where they are not having the necessary qualifications. Between ourselves and Cogta, we are supporting the reduction strategies on the unwanted expenditures, and we are with the key focus on the top 10 contributors. We are also working towards limiting the use of consultants on the compilation of AFS of the different municipalities in the province. But we have also done well as a province, where we were able to assist 4 district municipalities as well as a local municipality to attain clean audits. Tells you that the operation clean audit process headed by the provincial government, led by the Premier's office, is indeed yielding the positive results. With that said, Deputy Chair, that will be our contribution to this engagement. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham Foslo. Thank you very much. At least you have also the perspective from the market. Can we then now call on Councillor Dikgale you will be the ultimate person to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Honorable Dihale here. Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you. You may continue.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this Agot House. And thank you very much to all honorable who are here, and would like to take this opportunity to greet all of them and be able to indicate to to the House that as SALGA we have taken a decision that Khomotso will be presenting on behalf of all of us as SALGA. And if there are any questions and any issues, then I will be taking those questions as a leader of the team. And I would like to take this opportunity then to hand over to Khomotso to present on behalf of all of us from SALGA. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Khomotso. It's over to you.
Through you, Chair, I have, I'm a Naiba Mkoku from SALGA. I have shared the presentation on behalf of Khomotso, but I'm not sure if she is able to hear me, or unless if you allow, I can then proceed with the presentation, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. From a SALGA perspective, in addressing the topic, particularly on measures, also to provide the update through to the House in dealing with the aspects pertaining through to fiscal leakages. We are looking at approaching the brief on two areas. On a policy perspective as well as the operational perspective. As it is the norm, we also often start off by just indicating the SALGA's mandate, which I think should be common through to all in the interest of time. I'm not gonna elaborate on it further, but I'll just then shoot on it. Firstly, on starting at the policy and legislative perspective of the aspect, our point of departure, we would want firstly to cite the pronouncement by the then former president, Thabo Mbeki, during his interview on ENCA on 30 July 2022, wherein he indicated that, I quote, "I think the way we designed the financing of local government wasn't quite right. We made too much assumptions about the capacity of local government to generate funds. And that's restricted only really to the metro municipalities. The rest don't have the possibility and then added to generate revenues. We've got to change the formula. We should have done that earlier. The problem persists. It's not only a matter of bad people being there, even the resources are actually inadequate." With that preamble, Chairperson, would just want also to indicate that in terms of the white paper on local government, it also recognizes that a local government cannot be solely responsible for redistribution, and national government has critical role to play in this regard, particularly with respect to subsidizing the provision of basic services. As it is the norm, as our preamble, we always mention this, in terms of the vertical allocation of nationally raised revenue, the local sphere of government only obtains a share of 9.1%, with the national sphere getting 49.7%, and then 41.2% for the provincial sphere. But however, when juxtapose that, particularly when one looks at the Schedule 4 and 5 of the Constitution of the Republic, you'll note that when one looks arithmetically at all the functions that are allocated, a local sphere of government is allocated 46% of the constitutional functions, with the national sphere at 39 or 40% rounded up, as well as 14% for the provincial sphere. And the compared that to the vertical allocation to the sphere, there is a disequilibrium in the allocation of resources versus the allocation of functions. Further, as part of the preamble, the white paper also makes certain assumptions, which the former president was referring to on his interview on 31st July, where it indicates that on average, municipalities have sufficient revenue raising powers to fund the bulk of their expenditure and finance 90% of their recurrent expenditures. And obviously, as the former president had indicated, and what SALGA's leadership had always been articulating, is the inadequacy of that. What are these assumptions? These assumptions are summarized here, indicating that rounded up, municipalities would need to generate about 20% in terms of property rates. And then on trading services, that sums up to about 61.42%, made up of electricity, water, and sewage, as reflected on the slide. As SALGA, we did an exercise to test the assumptions contained in the white paper on local government. We looked particularly at over a 5-year period, and what we have noted, although the assumptions relating to property rates are almost at par with those assumptions. However, on trading services, these are far short, with 52.3%, which in terms of revenue generation, which is quite short, indicating therefore the inadequacy of the nationally raised revenue. Hence, we come with a conclusion that the equitable share of nationally raised revenue allocated to municipalities is grossly inadequate and results in patently inequitable allocation to local government. This then goes on further to impact on the funding of the free basic services from local government equitable share, as one would cite the non-financial census of municipalities for 2020 as produced by the Stats SA. On 3 of the key areas, particularly on free basic water, one will notice that there is overall a reduction in terms of the coverage. Out of the 3.6 million of households that are registered as indigent, there's a 1.6% decrease when one compares 2019 to 2020. On free basic sewage and sanitation, there's also a decrease of 2.2% coverage from 2.8 million or 2.9 million households to 2.8, as well as on free basic solid waste from 2.8 million to 2.7, also a 2% decrease, indicating that the 3.58 million of households that are supposed to be covered by the subsidization as espoused, and the promise contained in the white paper on local government it's unattainable, and that contributes particularly to revenue leakages, in then that from its own meager generated revenue, municipalities have to actually fund and subsidize that. As I indicated in my starting point, that it's on twofold, the approach that we've adopted. On the operational leakages, I think we accord with the pronouncements by the previous presenters, chairperson. We firstly start that we note that from the Auditor General's MFMA General Report for 2020-2021, the AG states that irregular expenditure for the 2020-2021 financial year amounted to 21.95 billion, representing about 5% of the 459 billion of expenditure that is managed by municipalities for the same period. The Auditor General further indicated that fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 1.96 billion was incurred by 193 municipalities for the 2020-2021 financial year. What has SALGA also done in an effort to mitigate against the incurrence of irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, SALGA, in collaboration with stakeholders, we have developed and rolled out training for the incoming councillors deployed on the municipal public accounts committees, as well as the finance portfolio committees. A total of about 1,186 councillors have been trained and empowered to address the incidence of irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. These booklets, the one on the left, focuses and empowers the finance portfolio committee councillors such that they are able to ask the appropriate questions and the right questions to the officials, and they are able to hold them accountable, as well as on the MPEC part, where we outlined as well the roles and responsibilities of the councillors there, such then that the ability to be able to stem the tide, particularly on the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because that one is a straight leakage, whilst irregular expenditure requires other work to be done. As articulated, I think in the next slide, where the Auditor General indicated that there's been significant delays by municipal councils and MPECs in investigating and making decisions on prior years' irregular expenditure. This means that municipalities did not make sufficient or take sufficient steps to recover, write off, or approve or condone such expenditure. From the prior years, in terms of the 2021 MFMA General Report, a total of about 97.96 billion cumulative from prior years remained not dealt with. What the SALGA NEC has done as part of the extraction of accountability and consequence management, following their decisions on 18 June 2020 and 24 June 2021, the organization communicates directly with the mayors and accounting officers, urging the municipalities to investigate the nature of this irregular expenditure and implement accountability and consequence management where warranted. Moreover, we also support other bodies like your Treasury and Cogta, who have the appropriately legislated powers to extract accountability. For instance, the AG with the issuance of your material irregularities letters, as well as NT in inducing the adherence of the compliance and legislated prescripts in terms of the issuance of these grants. Furthermore, what SALGA has done was the AG draws a conclusion that the irregular expenditure emanates primarily from non-compliance with supply chain management legislation as the biggest contributor. And as indicated, the figure, the 21.9 that I referred to there, what SALGA has done, SALGA has partnered with the Chartered Institute for Procurement and Supply in an effort to professionalize the SCM function in the local government sector. CIPS is the only SACA recognized professional body for procurement and supply in South Africa. What the organization has then since done as well to encourage municipalities to belong to a professional body to enable accountability and to have the officials that are responsible for SCM subject to a code of ethical conduct over and above what a municipality may have. We believe that I think if the prestige of belonging to a professional body would actually enhance ethical behavior and ensure compliance in addressing these aspects. On the other operational leakages, they pertain to revenue, in particular water losses. The AG observes that an acceptable norm for water distribution losses, I think it's 15%, that anything above 30% indicates that the water infrastructure is not well managed, and the average water loss for the country is above 30%, indicating that water resources are actually wasted, though they are quite scarce. And further, in terms of the water and sanitation master plan, it estimates that about 1,660 million cubic meters per annum would actually be lost. At 6 rand per cubic meter, this comes through to about 9.9 billion. What has SALGA done in order to stem the tide of these leakages? As part of SALGA's participation at the Budget Forum, Lekgotla, in relation to municipal infrastructure grant, what we had advertised is the incentivization of continuous non-revenue water reduction, such that measures to reduce that are actually incentivized, and more it's more like your performance based grant funding, and non-revenue water is one of the monitored indicators to allow municipalities to spend up to 5% of their allocations to develop asset management plans, which we believe with that, then they would be able to also develop their maintenance plans, etc. once the appropriate records are there. Also to allow municipalities to spend up to 10% of their allocation to undertake emergency and repair maintenance to restore infrastructure functionality as part of the COVID-19 response provisions. SALGA, in collaboration with its partners, Water and Sanitation, the TPSA, have formed the National Water Partnership Program with a 60 million initial funding to accelerate private sector investment in sub-programs that include non-revenue water reduction. SALGA, further in partnership with Cogta, MISA, and
to begin to conclude.
Okay, let me go quickly. The other work that in terms of the non-revenue water pertain to that aspect, let me indicate as well that in relation to the repairs and maintenance that the National Treasury requires to be roughly 8%, municipalities have spent 16.8 billion, which is only about 3% of the value of the infrastructure assets, which is one area that need to be looked at, and the work that is the institution is doing with stakeholders is articulated in the table there. Moreover, in relation to project management, which is the pipeline to ensure that service delivery occurs, SALGA has also partnered with the infrastructure fund housed under the TPSA, where we've developed a project preparation training to accredit to provide accredited training on project preparation. This was piloted with 20 municipalities on 28 March, and it's continuing to be rolled out in the current year. In relation to asset management, I'm almost there, Chairperson. The AG noted municipalities did not have credible and reliable data for managing infrastructure assets. SALGA has partnered with CMEM to address asset management challenges in municipalities, and we've rolled out training initiatives for municipal officials on asset management, and this is the booklet and the part of the training material that SALGA had embarked upon in order to stem the tide of these leakages emanating from there. Earlier, I think it was mentioned as well, the inappropriate use of consultants, particularly when your finance units are spending about 10.4 billion for those officials. What we, as in line with what the SALGA NEC has pronounced, is to appoint a capable and competent officials, conduct an assessment of capacity of their finance units, ensure that consultants are used in terms of the prescripts, in that skills transfer occurs, consultancy reduction plans are in place, retention amount be held, and contracts to include penalty clauses. That is the extent of the presentation, Chairperson. What we would then do, will avail it through to the committee as well, such that members can actually read as well at their leisure. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuku. I wonder whether the Councillor Bukale want to say something before we move on.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. All I can say that no, we agree with the presentation as indicated by Ngeba. And as we indicated, if there is any further engagement, we are here to engage with the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dekale. Honorable members, we will now allow for interaction with the presentations. If there is any questions or clarity or unity, and we really hope we will be concluding by 8 on the raise your hand function on the system. Is there more members that want to? Oh, if there is none, then we will then go to Honorable Ryder. Honorable Ryder, you may start to engage.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and yeah, thank you to the MECs for the presentations. I particularly enjoyed the Eastern Cape one. I thought the MEC did a fine job. Well done. My question is to the Gauteng MEC, and it relates to the fiscal leakage that comes about as a result of a tax revolt. Now, the e-toll system has been running in Gauteng, and it's been an abject failure, MEC, and communities across the board have rejected e-tolls. The provincial executive and administration have also spoken out against it, and collection rates are below 18%. That really is a tax revolt. So, MEC, the continued bloody-minded adherence to failed models is a hallmark of ANC policy, but it really should still be questioned. Minister Mbalula told us in this house, last time he was here, he promised us a resolution, and in his own words, in about 2 weeks. That was May the 6th, 2021. So he misled the House. We even postponed a debate in this House based on his assurances. Speculation in the media is rife again now. So MEC, I'm sure you've been consulted. What is the plan for e-tolls in Gauteng? And if there's no one else, Chairperson, I'm going to push my luck and maybe ask Selga. I thought that their presentation was also most
There's unfortunately no luck that is coming your way. There is, if you say if there is no one else, there is someone else, but let us give you 2 minutes for that one, Selga.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Very quickly then, just Selga, I was very interested in the model that you put forward. Do you think that nurses' involvement in limiting what municipalities are permitted to pass on is causing margin squeeze in terms of the bulk purchase of electricity and then the selling on to consumers? Is NERSA giving local municipalities a hard time, in your view? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Boshoff, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. My questions are directed to the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism and Mpumalanga. Sorry about that. MEC, every year we hear the same old story that measures are going to be put in place to curb all the irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditures. But we don't actually see these words being put into action. So I'd like to know from you how you have gone about to curb the unethical behavior of officials. How many officials have in the past been sanctioned with regard to these behavioral patterns of them? And then I see you speak of excess teachers. I cannot understand how excess teachers are available because many schools, if I understood it correctly, many schools sit without teachers. Is there no way that these teachers can be deployed to assist where they are lacking? Then I'd like to know what Mpumalanga is going to do with regard to the Eskom arrears and the interest payable on it, because we all know that Mpumalanga is synonymous with arrear Eskom accounts, and they're not honoring the repayment agreements, and they're also not paying back the interests. And then you also speak of continually working on improving budget status and the unfunded budgets of municipalities. We know in Mpumalanga that the majority of the 17 local municipalities have unfunded budgets. Could you please give us a report on what the province is going to do and how they were going to work together with National Treasury to ensure that these budgets become funded and that they're not passed again in future if they are unfunded, and what your steps are with regard to consequent management. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bosch. Honorable Choi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable
Excuse
Choi.
my video. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, quick question with regards to the water leakages, that 30%. Do we have a rand value that's coupled to that? And what measures did SALGA take over the past few years to put pressure on municipalities to focus on that infrastructure repair, specifically that pertains to water, to make that and let that form part of the IDPs in the different municipalities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now go to the MEC of Gauteng to respond. MEC Gauteng, Mkomrandoko. Is the MEC of Gauteng still on the platform? Let me go to Mpumalanga, MEC, then we will come back for MEC Gauteng, MEC Mpumalanga, MEC Mkachwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And thank you for the questions that have been raised. Well, Chair, all what I can say is that all these processes that we are talking about, they are legislated in terms of what you can do, especially when you deal with your UIF&W. You will have to follow the PFMA, and some of the regulations also prescribe the processes, amongst others, Chair, is that the responsibility lies with that particular department, for example, to then investigate all what we have spoken to as a provincial treasurer was the quality of the investigations, so that we don't want an investigation that seeks to window dress and not really direct us to the root cause of the problem. And we have spoken to this aspect so that we then put systems in place to improve the quality of the investigations, which ultimately will then lead us into the whole question of consequence management. So you will not be able to apply consequence management if you have not properly investigated. And also, what we are dealing with here are the historical issues that we have said to departments. We don't want to continue. If you look into most of our departments, you will see that in terms of your new UIF&W issues, they are on a slope, a downward slope. They are decreasing. Some of them, they are no longer there. all what they are dealing with are the historical issues that has been there, which processes to investigate and close them are in place. And we are, Chair, also in discussions with the sector, the Department of Education, so that they lead a discussion. On how they want to deal with the issue of excess teachers as a sector. Because for us, we have seen this as one aspect that leads into the leakages. And for us, we believe that as soon as the sector comes forward and present a discussion, as Provincial Treasury will highly engage with that process so that we are able to advise them going forward. But we believe the sector should be able to lead the discussion. And yes, Chair, also on the ESCOM issues, these are very broad issues. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do justice now, but all what we are saying is that there are a lot of dynamics that really perpetuates this tendency of municipalities, or rather difficulty for municipalities to honor their ESCOM accounts. We have put up some structured engagements between ourselves, the Department of Cogta, and municipalities on how they should be able to service their ESCOM accounts. And yes, there has been a phenomenon whereby municipalities, they enter into these repayment agreements, but end up failing to honor them. And we have gotten into that space because this is the ESCOM accounts is the major contributor to the unfunded budgets of municipalities. And our view is that, therefore, when we were in the process, because all those municipalities who approved unfunded budgets, we have had meetings with them, we have sat with them, went through their budgets, hence we have led them into a process of developing their budget funding plans. With those plans, we are comforted to then believe that in the near future, we might see a different picture altogether, and municipalities will be able to create the revenue to then be able to service their ESCOM accounts and also have credible budgets. But you will know that in terms of the law, again, we can be able to withhold monies working with National Treasury if a municipality fails to approve a funded budget. But this is not what we are most, we are really, it's something that we really want to do, because we understand the challenges that municipalities are having, and if they were going to have funds withheld, this might really deepen the situation or the crisis that municipalities find themselves in. But we have since drawn the line with municipalities to say, we are going to act as Provincial Treasury if these things, they continue unabated. So I think this is where those are some of the brief reflections that I can make, Chair, or based on the questions, but a detailed report on our strategies and the different interactions that we have can be forwarded to the NCOP so that the members can appraise themselves. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkachwa. We appreciate the fact that you have actually committed to provide us with more information. Can you possibly respond to the issues that was raised? Let me see, Gauteng. I do see the MEC of Gauteng is still on the platform, but I don't know what is happening. So let me then now request Salga to respond to the issues that were specifically raised for them by Honorable Ryder and Honorable Du Toit.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I was stumbling over my mouse here. My name is Kumutso Letsatsi. I'm the Chief Officer for Municipal Finance. I'm going to ask the two questions and then the colleagues can assist. So the question from Honorable Ryder on the margin squeeze is that in terms of the work that we have actually done at Salga,
when the interministerial task team on electricity reticulation and distribution was basically put together. Amongst the recommendation we made in terms of ensuring that the tariffs are actually reflective of the cost of delivering the services for municipalities, that we have the same policy instrument like your multi-year price determination equal to what ESCOM basically has at this point in time. Honorable members would be aware that in terms of the tariff setting for local government, it normally just starts from ESCOM, and basically municipalities' tariffs are basically approved from that end. So there's no specific pricing methodology for local government, and that's the policy proposal that we basically put through in that particular regard, as well as the executive authority issues that actually are coming up from a constitution point of view. And we are of the view that once the cost of supply studies that are being undertaken by Cogta at this point in delivering all of those services, then it should be able to basically inform policy in terms of what that should basically look like. So that's how we basically respond on that aspect. And then the issue around the repairs and maintenance, which is in the main a historical issue that should actually be looked at in the context of the local government fiscal framework and the assumptions that were basically made, and especially section 229 and 230 of the Constitution in terms of the powers to basically raise revenue for local government, but most importantly, from a borrowing point of view, even though subjected to national legislation. And what we've seen is that the metros were better placed to basically at all. So where there's CAPEX allocated, municipalities must then demonstrate how they would actually maintain that particular infrastructure, and as well as looking at grants that make sure that municipalities don't fall back depending on the various types, because obviously their balance sheet strength and their financial strength is basically not similar at all. So it's an area that's work in progress in terms of that IGR structure to actually come up with proper solutions, how we basically going to address that aspect going forward. And of course, it's definitely a problem at this point in time as it affects the financial sustainability of municipalities as well as service delivery. So that would be that in the main, over and above the various programs that we basically put in place in assisting the sector in addressing the issues around water losses as well as electricity losses to avoid or minimize basically on the fiscal leakages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Homotso Letsatsi. Is there anyone from SALGA that feel that there was not adequate responded?
Can I come in? Can I come in, Deputy Chair, on the question that was asked on my side, Nomantu?
Can you just allow me to conclude with SALGA?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. SALGA, is there anyone? If there is no one, I will allow the MEC from Gauteng to respond to the question that was asked by the Honorable Rider. Over to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the NCOP. Chair, the issue of e-tolls, we had a discussions. There was even a task team that Premier formed, which I was part of that task team. Then we presented to both ministers then, Treasury and Minister for Transport. We are still waiting for the response because at some stage there was a meeting that they called where they were going back to have a discussion, and then they were going to come and present to us as the province. And that meeting was led by the Premier. So at this stage, we're still waiting for that response from both ministers. As soon as we get that, Honorable Rider will be the first one to know about this issue of e-tolls. Thank you.
So with it, we will now, I think we are concluding our program. And I just wanted to share something. I think some of the issues is really similar in nature, but most of the provinces have got different approaches in how they are dealing with the issues. I just want to recommend that we possibly sit down and share best practices and have then a common approach to some of the issues that is there. Possibly we will be able to to see results. If at all we can share the kind of solutions that we see, and we really hope it is implemented and implementable. With that said, I will give over to the Honorable, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Moai, Moai, to do the closing remarks as well as the conclusion. Honorable Chief Whip.
Chair, you just forgot the MEC Gauteng. The MEC Gauteng, MEC Finance wanted to make a comment.
Chief just responded, Chief Whip.
Oh, okay.
I did.
All right.
Chief
No,
Whip.
no.
No,
sorry.
Call, Chief Whip. Call.
Okay. No. I thought I was looking as if Salga, there was a similar question. Thanks. Thank you so much. Let me say greetings to the chair of the council, Tate Masondo, and Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Sylvia, who's chairing our session, and House Chairpersons, Honorable Nyambe and Ngwenya, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, all MECs present here, appreciation to Salga for being here, and all special delegates. Honorable Chairperson, allow me first to express our collective sense of appreciation to the two national departments, National Treasury and Cogta, and the various MECs present here for their efforts and high quality presentation they made here today. Honorable Ryder has acknowledged these presentations and would agree with you, Deputy Chair, to say this will require an intense process by honorable members of the NCOP to look into these recommendations much more closely. Among the most illuminating aspects of the presentations today is the sense of appreciation of fiscal leakages as both a finance and governance issues that cut across government departments and three spheres of our government. As Honorable Minister of Cogta and Acting DG of National Treasury have pointed out, by its nature, both governance and policy issue, fiscal leakages is relatively a complex subject. This brings into sharp focus critical questions about the requisite competencies and skills for MPs in order to be equal to the task overseeing government departments and entities around this critical question. It is therefore my submission that we should prioritize in the council in our next the development of the NCOP as well in order to broaden the knowledge base. Every leakage is tantamount to the robbery of the poor, the vulnerable, and the working class. This imposes an immense duty on the MPs as elected representatives of the people to prioritize as a critical side of parliamentary oversight and accountability this matter that we are discussing today. Presentation by Minister of Cogta and the Acting DG have highlighted various public entities where possibilities of fiscal leakages in its various forms may be pervasive. This brings also into attention the agency for an audit of the public entities at all three levels of government with a view to determining the twin strategic imperatives of the value for money and service delivery in relation to each public entity. The briefing today has surely laid a solid basis for our members, or rather, let me put it this way, Chairperson, it has also come clear that most provinces have provincial development finance institutions and other public entities. Beyond this workshop, we may need to enter into serious conversations whether all these entities are advancing service delivery and transformation agenda of government or are mere liabilities that are draining public resources without adding value. These are among the difficult questions that we cannot avoid if we are honestly to address the fiscal leakages as a critical governance challenge. Honorable Minister of Cogta raised the question of payment of services and rates in local government sector. This issue is not the first time it's raised, but it cannot be a government issue alone, but requires political leadership of the country across political spectrum to mobilize its constituencies. Chairperson, some issues moving forward, we would propose that the President the need to set up an interministerial task team, the interdepartmental and interagency structure addressing illicit financial flows. This structure includes the department just mentioned as the Financial Intelligence Center and South African Reserve Banks, law enforcement institutions, these agencies, and they need to be more effectively resourced and capacitated. The relevant parliamentary committees need to work closer together to monitor progress on illicit financial flows. The select committees on finance and appropriations in particular need to regularly monitor progress on reducing illicit financial flows. We must especially welcome the president appointment of the new Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. We need to guard against this becoming just another structure, but we must ensure that this needs to be properly resourced. The NCOP Justice Committee has a major role and responsibility to effectively monitor progress on this regard. We have long identified the problems, especially in municipalities that lead to fiscal leakages and provinces. What we need, of course, all our select and standing committees and in the NCOP as a whole have to be far more effective in our oversight role of the executive and public entities. While the executive has a very important role in reducing fiscal leakages, the primary responsibility rests with national and provincial legislatures. If we are more effective, fiscal leakages will be reduced. Chairperson, allow me with these few words to thank the Honorable Minister of Cogta, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, for availing herself and presenting the input to this meeting. Special delegates who have been joining us today and the members who interacted with these questions, members of the Executive Council from all 9 provinces who really made a meaningful contribution to this important discussion, all honorable members of the NCOP and SALGA. Thank you very much for this meaningful participation in this ministerial briefing. Thank you, Ralebo.
Thank you very much to you also, Honorable Chief Whip. And let me also add my voice to appreciation for the fact that all 9 provinces, as well as organized local government, could contribute today. Chief Whip, just as a recommendation, maybe we should see how we can assemble a briefing on the ESCOM issues. Remember, we had that briefing before, but for the fact of getting a progress report, maybe we should also actually think of getting that kind of briefing again on the energy issues. I think it will be important so that we can hear what progress they made with regard thereto. But thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity also that was created. I hope that provinces appreciate it, and I really still want to maintain that we will have to make sure that there is a coordinated approach to the different issues, particularly in the fact where we see almost all 9 provinces have got the same kind of challenges. So they will have to see how they can collectively address that issues. Thank you very much. And with that said, the House is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thanks, bye.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Oh, Chief Whip.